we need for today, or at least the first one. All right, so we'll open up the work session on House Bill 1394 relative to licensure and regulation of music therapists. This went before ED&A, came out of their committee without a recommendation. Then it went to the House floor, ought to pass as amended on the 22nd of February, and the vote was 194 to 186. So pretty close. Someone here like to speak to the bill? Seeing none, anybody on the division wish to speak to it? Representative McGuire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I'm against this for the reasons, Carol was the main person who argued against this on the floor, and I'm against it for those reasons that she articulated. But I do happen to have we're starting to think this may be unstoppable. So I do have an amendment, because if you look at the fiscal note, this spends $70,000 a year because OPLC wants to hire a new employee, but strictly speaking, that particular employee is not necessary specifically for music therapists, because there's only 30 music therapists, and they're only going to charge them $150 every 2 years for their license fee. So we're talking about $4,500 every 2 years or something like that, right? And so what this amendment would do is reduce the budget by not having that particular employee, but allocating to them $3,000 in their annual budget for a temporary or part-time help. Now, Representative Cambrils had the idea maybe we could also say overtime in addition to that. I don't know, Melissa, is that the same line item, or we'd have to pick one, or how would that work?
We can just add it into the bill, and then they can put it during the
During the
they'll be
budget?
during the budget,
Yeah.
and they can allocate where they think it needs to
Yeah.
go.
So do you want to change this to add or overtime? I don't know.
Representative Cambrels, any?
I don't, really care, just that I thought that, even a part-time job is added up first. Whereas overtime, you've already got the existing staff.
Okay.
I can't imagine that such a small amount of work can't do it.
Yeah. Yeah, just add that to the list. How about that, Melissa? Okay.
Are there any questions, Representative Grassi?
I don't exactly have a question. I think that probably adding overtime would be fine to this as well. Having worked in special education, I see a value in having this, because I know that, and I worked as an art therapist, but you couldn't bill. And that was part of the problem, is being able to bill Medicaid or Medicare for these services. And if you can't bill, a lot of times you just don't provide the service, unfortunately, because you don't have enough time in the day. And as a special ed provider, I know that they were looking at every minute of the day that you work, you had to account for, so that they could get reimbursements for it. Because it's additional cost for special needs children in our districts. So I would support this. I don't know why we didn't put art therapists with it as well, because it's certainly something that is used and was used very effectively in my experiences. So,
I'm not sure if art therapists are already licensed or not. Yeah, okay.
More discussion on Representative McGuire's amendment? So are we okay with adding the overtime, as Representative Cambrels has suggested? That's fine. Just a show of hands in support of the amendment. Unanimous. We can take that up as a final next week. We'll just bring it in as corrected.
Yeah, you have two options, because this is Division 1. You can just vote on it as amended with adding the overtime. You don't have to have the amendment in front of you to vote
Yeah.
on it. So you could vote on the bill if you wanted.
Might
it's
as well
your
clear
choice.
the plate. Sure. So Representative McGuire, we're going to move your amendment.
Okay.
and it's seconded by Representative Griffin.
Are you gonna do a roll call?
Yeah,
on the
we'll,
amendment?
and then we'll get the corrected.
It's a different book, so it gets on.
Well, the bill is amended. Yeah,
You already passed it.
yeah.
Oh, I'm
With
not
it-
moving that one.
You're not?
No. Somebody, Representative Grassi can do it.
Okay.
Wait, what-
I
where
thought you
are
s-
we here? OTPA.
OTPA,
Okay,
Grassi,
13,
Griffin.
I gotta fill in the blank here, and it's, and the amendment is, just tell me the
1019H.
101.
There will be a new
And there will be a
number.
new number.
Yeah, it'll have a different number. Yeah.
And then Representative Grassi moved.
Yeah.
Voting no.
Oh, you're voting no, okay. Does someone like to second Representative Grassi's amendment?
It's not the
Repre-
amendments, it's just
Yeah,
OTPA.
yeah,
OTPA.
It's OTP.
yeah.
OTPA.
Okay, so Representative Campbell second.
Campbell seconds. Now that we're all clear on that, when the clerk is ready.
Yes, I'm gonna write in Chair Weiler's name right here, so I won't forget it. I won't wanna do.
You forget Leishman.
That's because he's at the top, it's very top.
Easily forgotten.
Okay. All right, we're voting OTPA on House Bill 1394 with the amendment 101H that will be amended to include part-time subsequently.
It's
Overtime.
It's
Overtime, I mean.
1019H.
Right, I
Yeah,
got it
okay.
right in
Okay,
the thing.
good.
Just didn't read it right.
I understand.
Okay, just one second.
Takes us a while to get going here.
Okay, Representative McGuire,
No.
Representative Griffin,
No.
Representative Sweeney,
No.
Representative Cambrels,
Yes.
Representative Weiler, Chair Weiler. The clerk votes yes. Representative Hewitt,
Yes.
Representative Grassi,
Yes.
and Chair Leishman.
Yes.
Okay, so it is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 to 3.
The motion passes 6-3. So I have
We
a
got
que-
15 minutes.
so I have a question for Representative McGuire. You brought the amendment forward, but you voted against it. So I'm just kind of curious on your feeling.
I said I was going to do
Oh, all right, I just,
because well, I'm against the bill, but I'm also against spending $70,000, right? So it's
we're only gonna,
now we're only going to spend $3,000.
Right.
So it's
well, let's see. Now that, well, while we have a minute, I just thought I'd
I
give
mean,
the,
that's why the vote was close, right?
Who seconded the amendment?
Jose.
We all voted for the amendment.
yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So while we have a minute, I just thought I'd update the division on bail reform. As you know, we had a meeting last week. There was a lot of discussion. There was a little confusion because some of the, as the clerk said, if you pull a string out of one, the whole thing would come apart. So what I have done is I sat down with Mr. Hoffman and we're going to consolidate all the bills into one. So it'd be easy to deal with, so the LBA can put together a better fiscal note, because we had competing fiscal notes and they didn't jive with each other. You know, some of the bills said we had magistrates, but didn't fund them. Others said we funded them, but didn't give what their roles were. So within the next couple of days, we'll have a bill that combines everything, and we'll take it up next Wednesday when we come. We'll be meeting next Wednesday, whatever date that is, the 20th, I think.
Can I suggest something?
Yes, sure. We have
Thank you.
time.
So along those lines, you remember last week, we acted on, I think, where was the judicial one? Judicial training, House Bill 1005. I believe we passed it OTPA. And I had an idea about that one, because these bail bills want to train bail commissioners better, right? So if you remember what we did with judicial training, we hired the coordinator, but we delayed it until the next budget. So so I would think maybe we could fold that one in and hire the training person right away and say, okay, your first job is bail commissioners, right? And that way it kicks it off, gets it rolling faster, you know, so,
Yeah, we can take a look at that.
okay.
Is that what?
So,
you were talking
yeah.
About lunch over?
No, but I was gonna just mention that, but, so I don't know if it's necessary for us to like reconsider, you know, what we did, or just, we'll, as long as we don't exec it in the full committee next week, then we're okay, you know.
Unless we do it in the context of our review of the bail reform.
Yeah,
That seems like it would make more sense.
Yeah, we'll
me.
pull that up.
because
Take
under
a
this
look.
suggestion, what we did last week, I want to undo, or, you know, not do or something.
Oh, boy. All right, so we'll take a look at, we have a minute. Does anyone have a copy of, do you have HB 1005 in front of you?
Yeah.
See.
In here.
Yeah.
Here's the amendment, yeah. Yeah, the amendment was to replace all, so. So what I'm proposing now is
Yeah,
that,
because you had an amendment that we voted on.
yes, and that we did it. We were,
916.
yeah, I think it was unanimous. So, so,
They left it as shall in the amendment.
yeah, but, so my thought was, to the list of things that the coordinator does is provide judges, administrators, court staff, et cetera, add bail commissioners. And then change the effective date back to 60 days after passage or something like that. So,
Because I believe in one of the bail reform bills, there is a requirement for training for bail commissioners, so.
Yeah, there
right.
is.
right, so we could just say ITL or interim study this bill and put all this language into your combined thing.
All right, with the pleasure of the division. Well,
To me, it just makes more, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead,
I
Representative
mean,
Ebo.
to me, it just makes more sense to look at it. I think it's a good idea, but it seems to me like we should do it in the context of the bail reform bill. I'm not sure any of us has thought enough about.
We don't have to make a decision now, but
I think this is a good thing, regardless of what we do with bail reform, that the bail commissioners get training. And having this trainer out there, I think this is just the first step. And I think this should be done regardless of whatever else we do as far as bail reform is concerned, that this training needs to be done. And that's been the problem with bail reform up to this point, is that the commissioners have received no training.
so in
It's
House,
frustrating.
so in House Bill 318, it does call for bail commissioner
Yeah.
training.
Yeah.
Already, so in a sense, these two bills are redundant now, because what criminal justice did with 318, they totally gutted the bill. There's training in there, there's a fee increase in there. So there's probably a little redundancy with 105. With
Only
what-
if
318.
they
gets
probably
passed.
don't have a training coordinator that also does judges and da, da, da,
Yeah,
right?
that's the thing.
Yeah.
And, you know, what if that bill doesn't pass?
That's a good point.
You know, the thing is, having two bills out there that do the training, and this is, I think it's a little more geared towards the training side of it, that we should move this one along, and then if they both get there, that's fine. So, but this sets up that position for training.
Yeah, I mean, it's not in conflict to just say they'll have training,
No.
but you don't hire a person.
Right.
So, yeah, but this is the bill with the person, basically.
Oh, you took it. I was wondering.
I mean, I suppose we could hold this off and and merge it into the other two all the other bills at the same time. That would be one of the other situations we do, but this one could be done separately without affecting the merging of the other bills.
Right, and I'm not sure the prime sponsors would necessarily want their bill to, on training, to live or die on what happens to bail reform, right?
Right.
So, yeah. Okay, so why don't we, my suggestion, just change the amendment that, 916H to add those two things, right? Change the effective date back to what it used to be, which I think was 60 days, and add bail commissioners to the what the judicial training coordinator is responsible for.
All right, more comments from the division? Representative Sweeney, you're okay.
What does Representative Hewitt think about this? I mean, this is something that he dealt with intimately.
It's a pretty difficult thing to work with.
You want to use your mic, Steve?
Oh. Thank you. Training, of course, is the big issue as far as everybody is concerned, because there's been a lack of it for years and years and years. In the Superior Court was a little bit better because they had regular meetings of the whole court, and they would include some sort of unofficial training in with their meetings. The place where the training was most needed was in the district and municipal courts, and they didn't have it. I think that for 10 or 15 years, I was the only place in the state that had regular training sessions for bail commissioners. And some nights I would have 10 or 15 bail commissioners, most of them not coming from Laconia, they came from all over the state, to hear what was going on. And inevitably, there was a lot going on because the legislature was in session. That's a very dangerous thing. And the legislature would change this statute and the next statute and come about, we had these sessions like in October, and people would suddenly find out that they were doing the wrong thing for 9 months.
No.
So, yeah, training is crucial. As I say, I wouldn't worry that much about the Superior Court. But as far as the, now I don't know what they call them anymore.
Yeah, there's still bail commissioner.
Bail commissioners in the district court, district municipal type court setting. That's critical, and
Circuit.
that's circuit. That's one of those the wages of getting old.
Okay. All right.
So we're just looking at 318 as amended. Check on the specific language for training.
Oh. 318.
They call it for the training, as you recall, we just want to make sure and also have a coordinator to set up the training.
I don't think they did.
We're at 8 hours of training. Yeah, so it does not have a coordinator, so it looks like it would be a good. Melissa, could you let Michael know that this is what we're looking at is combining?
Yep, he's watching right now, and he'll also have Representative McGuire's amendment this afternoon.
I've got a bill that's in another committee, and I'm sort of keeping track of where they are, so I may leave here quickly.
Luck.
All right, so enough time. Move on, move on. So now we'll open the work session on House Bill 1577 relative to digital images of ballots. And this is another one that came out without recommendation from the committee, election law. It passed on the House floor, OTPA 193 to 182 back on the 22nd of February. So is there anybody here? Yes, we do. It seems it'd be easier for us to keep tabs and get people's names spelled correctly. Thank you. And if you could state your name for the record, please.
Thank you. I'm Representative Alvin C. from Loudon, representing 8 towns in Merrimack County. And House Bill 1577 is a bill to be able to allow voters to view the digital images of the new ballot counting devices. And if they find any discrepancies, they can be formally investigated by the AG. The two primary things that people would look for was, does the machine correctly read the ballots? And the other is, do the vote counts add up? This bill essentially provides an inexpensive way to have some or all of the new ballot counting devices audited, albeit unofficially, and with free labor. Hiring professionals to do extensive audits will likely be considerably more expensive to get similar results. The fiscal note was not updated after the amendment was approved by the House. Under the staffing and equipment and staffing bullet point, the IT position would not be needed all year.
We do have an updated fiscal note. I think
Oh,
we just
okay.
gave it to you. Was amended
Got
on March 11.
Just got one.
11.
Okay, the new fiscal note still calls for hiring an IT position, but one of the things the amendment did was that the secretary's request was to limit the time available for doing these audits. So the bill calls for a maximum of 4 months after the completion of recounts and any appeals to the recounts. So after, and also after a primary election, there's only about a month or maybe a week or two more that would be available before the general election, before they have to get ready for general election. So maybe 5 months every 2 years plus town and city elections. And since there aren't as many of them, and those elections usually don't have as many voters show up, that they may not even need the full 4 months after those. So in all intents purposes, it would probably be in the neighborhood of 7 to 9 months that this IT person would be needed for this project. So if they were to hire somebody, maybe some of the costs could be attributed to some other account And the software bullet point, okay, that's, it still refers to one of them as having a initial cost of $20,000, but that may be for a deluxe software package. I'm not privy to all the details of those provisions.
Would you take questions?
I certainly will.
Representative McGuire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Representative, for coming and taking my questions. Let's start with the question of timing. Do any towns have these advanced machines, and when would you expect that we would need to be spending money on this?
Okay, thank you for the question. Yes, there are 5 machines already in use. Yesterday, I cast my town ballots in a new machine. Also, that was in Loudon and Northwood, Winchester, and a couple other towns. I don't remember which ones they were, have the new machines.
Great.
At the time, the Ballot Law Commission approved the machine. Voting Works had 5 machines available at that time to deliver. So I'm sure they're stepping up production.
Thank you. May I follow? So, all right, so that's good. So we need to do this right away. Now, the second question is the expensive part of this, if you look at the page 2 of the fiscal note, is the new employee, 82,000, 88,000, 87,000 per year, and will be necessary to coordinate and manage the image viewing process. So the way this bill implies is that people who want to look at the ballots will come into some place, some meeting room, and our employee will display them on some screen or something so that people can look at them, right? And that's why we need the employee there. But I'm wondering if that's strictly necessary. Couldn't you simply sell copies of the memory card to people, and they could, at their own time, use their own equipment, and we wouldn't need an employee to babysit them looking through the ballots?
Thank you. In the bill itself, there's a provision in there that the last paragraph of it, the secretary may determine if copies of removable memory devices or digital data on the memory device may be provided to the observers that are examining the digital image. So if the secretary chooses to just, hand out or sell the USB chip to people and let them use their own computer at home, that would certainly be far less expensive. It allows the secretary to decide how stringent he wants to be on control of the images.
May I follow?
Yeah, sure.
Do you have reason to believe that he would object to having that be the only way this is distributed as opposed to this image? Because we would like to not, I would like not to hire this person because it seems kind of a useless task, right? I mean,
I would tend to agree with that. In my discussions with the secretary in development of this bill and the amendment, he didn't specify that he would necessarily be willing to do anything less. But other than that, I can't speak for him because he just didn't say. And the bill itself allows for total control and just allowing an observer to look at a screen while somebody else manipulates it, to handing out copies, whatever he wants to do. He can also have non-disclosure agreements signed and things like that. So
let me.
Further
one-
question?
one- So do you consider these images to be not subject to 91A and proprietary and that sort of thing? Or is there something harm in letting these images out?
There's some people have expressed concern that somebody could analyze the handwriting of somebody writing in a name if they happen to write in a name and be able to identify the person. I think that's a little bit too small a sample of a handwriting to do that kind of analysis unless there was a lot of writing on the bill. And occasionally people also put other sorts of comments on the bill, including even signing or on the ballot, including even signing the ballot. It's hard to say. So the bill does allow for non-disclosure agreements and for people who don't follow the terms to not be allowed to proceed any further on that.
Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Okay. And I thought maybe the secretary would be here today to,
They're right behind you.
oh, okay.
Representative Cambrels, I noticed that your name was on the bill. Do you have anything to add while we wait for the representative from the Secretary of State's office? All right, thanks. Hi, Erin, welcome.
Good morning, Erin Hennessy, Deputy Secretary of State. Where would you like to start? Let me start.
You have
with,
the mic.
Okay.
so-
Let me start with the memory cards. So we have, as you probably are aware, we have the AccuVote device that we currently use in most elections in the state. We still have hand count towns, but the majority of the ballots are counted by a device. Yesterday was the first time that one of the new devices met all of the conditional approvals except ultimate VVSG 2.0 certification in 2026. And those are the new ballot counting standards set by the EAC. Yesterday was the first time in New Hampshire that these devices were used officially and can be used going forward. These devices capture images of the ballots that are run through the device, not images of ballots that are put into the side pocket. They also capture information about how the device counted that ballot. The language in this bill talks about making public the information, what is referred to as the cast vote record, but then nowhere in the bill does it then go on to allow for the viewing of the cast vote information. So my understanding would be just the images of the ballots. The reason why additional staffing would be needed is to coordinate not only the viewing of the ballots, but the retrieval of memory cards from towns that have these new devices, the purchasing of the memory cards. At this point in time, we don't know how many towns will end up using one of the new devices or another. We don't know if the alternative device, the one device that is being used currently is from Voting Works. It's an open source software. Their memory card costs $10 or less. It's a USB card. The alternative device that's working on meeting the conditional approvals is from Dominion, and that device has a proprietary memory card. I don't know the details behind how much they estimate the cost to purchase one would be approximately $50. I haven't gotten anything in writing about how much those would actually cost. I don't know if we would be able to copy them or if they would have to do that themselves. Their software to view the images and the cast vote record, they estimate our purchase of it would be approximately $20,000. But I don't know if that would be for state purposes only or if that would allow for every single town that uses their device. So there's a lot of monetary information that I still do not know. But my understanding is that we would have to purchase these for all the towns that we get their memory card from and replace the memory card that we've taken from them. some of the reasons why we traditionally have not been in favor of viewing a ballot is because there are identifying marks that some voters put on it. It would open the possibility of vote buying. You could easily mark it in a way that somebody knows that you voted the way that you said you were going to vote. And we don't think that's a good idea. Additionally, you can tell how somebody who uses an accessible ballot counting device has voted, because those marks are very perfect. Although it uses the official ballot, you would be able to tell exactly how that possibly just one person in your polling location voted. And the purpose of the accessible voting device is that so someone can have a secret ballot just like everyone else, even if they need the assistance of a device in order to vote that way. Sorry, I'm sure there's other things I want to tell you. So a lot of the cost is related to memory cards and purchasing of the software, potentially from one of the vendors. The other vendor software is approximately $500 a year, which I would consider nominal. The viewing of I don't believe that there would be any way we could enforce a non-disclosure agreement if we just hand out a memory card with all of the images on it. And I don't know that language for enforcement is in this bill. So those are some of the concerns about the language. We would need a new position. We would need money for memory cards. I believe we probably would have space to do this. The timing wise, I think would take all year. It doesn't limit the number for each town viewing. So if you wanted to come in and view, say, I'm from Littleton's ballots, and then I go and talk to somebody in Littleton, and then somebody else from Littleton wants to come in, and somebody else from Littleton comes in. So I imagine even if it's just restricted to 4 months after the close of any recounts, then it's going to be 4 months after town elections, and 4 months March town elections, 4 months after April town election, 4 months after May town elections, 4 months after city elections in the fall. So it would be nonstop throughout the year, sometimes much more busy than others.
So I guess my question to you is, does your office support this legislation? I'm getting like mixed signals.
I would say we don't support at this time the viewing of digital images. It would, because not all ballots are scanned, it would lead to inaccurate self-recounts because they don't have the complete election information to go off of. And because of the other concerns I mentioned about the your secret vote being open for anyone to view it, there is one of the devices does have a potential way for you to link back, and they're supposedly fixing this, but to link back the cast vote record, viewing the cast vote record to how somebody voted by recording, which you can do in New Hampshire, your entire election, and you would be able to look on the cast vote record how the order of someone voted. And so viewing that information, you could see, Chairman Leishman came in, he was the third voter of the day. Oh, this must be his ballot. I believe they're working on fixing that, but there's still some unknowns with one of the devices, which we would require to be fixed if we were to do this.
Thanks, Aaron. Other questions for the Deputy Secretary of State? Yes, Representative Weiler, followed by Ebel.
Thank you. Hello, Aaron. There's a lot of distrust in the voting in this state, especially in certain polling places. In my county, I keep hearing about the same places over and over again. So the more we can allow the public to check on things, the better. And I like the idea, and if we give warning up front, don't mark the ballot with anything extraneous that could be traced to you. And if you just let people, I don't understand, I've seen it in voter counts where people do stupid things, like they vote a certain person, then they think they have to write in that person's name, where it says write in. I voted for Peter Leishman, I write over here Peter Leishman. Dozens of times. And there's other patterns you see. You can tell the feminists come in and jump back and forth looking for women's names. You see a lot of curious things when you do recounts. And, you know, let the public be more informed. And if you could get a machine that makes it easy to copy and easy to pass out copies that, here, for $10 or $15, whatever you want to do, take this home and look at it on your own machine. I think that would make for a lot more reassurance and a lot more help with keeping the vote honest, because I still know there's a lot of crooked voting in New Hampshire. You and I have had this discussion and we don't always agree, but I've seen too much to say there isn't. But I would hope we could make this thing with an eye toward whatever machine. Forget Dominion. There's no trust in Dominion anymore. They've stolen too many elections, starting in Venezuela, right? And let's get another company involved that has a little bit better reputation and have things that are clearly, anybody can go and buy it and look, take the hours it takes to look through it all and keep the marks for themselves. But I think that's something we've got to work toward. And I hope the Secretary of State's office will be cooperative in that. Thank you.
Representative Cambrils.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking the question. So by your own testimony, you've stated that it sounds like Dominion is going to be more restrictive and more costly in terms of having an openness to the information. And I'm one that's for more transparency. So is Dominion guaranteed any contracts and any guarantee that they're going to be selling machines here to New Hampshire?
Thank you for the question, Representative. So the Ballot Law Commission has conditionally approved them, and once they meet all of the conditions, they can be used in New Hampshire elections. Right now, one of the main conditions that they have to go through is some of the VVSG 2.0 testing standards that our office identified for mostly security reasons, that they would have to have those tested before they can use them in New Hampshire. So as long as they meet that, they and towns would like to purchase them. And again, it's up to the local municipalities here in New Hampshire which device they would opt to use or opt not to use. A lot of towns still hand count. Is that your, okay.
Representative Ebel.
Nice to see you, madam. Just so if I could summarize your testimony a little bit, would it be safe to say that the costs are basically indeterminable because you're not sure about the database, the memory cards, and all those sorts of things, plus the staffing that's going to be needed to facilitate this? Is that, I have a follow-up, is that a fair statement?
That's a fair statement financially, yes.
Okay, and then your big concern, it sounds like to me, is from a privacy standpoint, that it's even I agree with Representative Weiler, Chair Weiler, if you tell people not to mark things, they may listen, they may not, but you can tell them that. But the real concern is for the accessible voting machines, that they are clearly being voted by folks that need those machines. And so your concern is really also from a privacy standpoint.
Thank you for the question. Privacy standpoint, but also from a transparency standpoint, to Representative Weiler's, some of his comments. People want to make sure things are transparent, and we definitely agree. But if you're only using a subset of the ballots to come up with a recount of your own, you're not going to have all of the information, and a lot of people won't understand that, and they'll think that something went wrong with the election, when in reality, the machine counted the ballots correctly, and then there was a subcount of federal office only ballots, overvoted ballots. For some reason, the machine just didn't want to read a certain ballot. So there's always going to be hand count ballots. Somebody doesn't trust the machine, they put it in the hand count bin. So they're just not going to be looking at the whole set of information. Additionally, would only affect locations that use a ballot counting device, the new ones, not the AccuVotes. So no one's going to be able to do this for towns where they live in a hand count town.
Representative Cambrels.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I understand what you're saying, but if somebody is requesting the memory card, would you not also inform them that, oh, and by the way, there were 300 other ballots that were not counted for various reasons, so that they could match up the numbers? Would you not provide that information?
That information would already be provided. It's public information for all elections on the return of votes, either locally or at the state level. That's, so any information that someone would want, we would give them.
So then what's the problem? They'd have all the information.
What's the problem with not having all of the information? I mean,
No, I said
they
what?
wouldn't be able to
they
tell
would,
which.
You just stated they would, the information is accessible. So combining the memory card with the extraneous information, they have all the information that they need in order to match up the numbers. So why is there a problem?
The return of votes does not show how hand count ballots were calculated. So it doesn't show it wouldn't show anyone's ballot information to reconcile with. No one would be able to look at the hand count ballots to say that is correct. That ballot was counted correctly for Aaron Hennessy. So there's a subset of information. They can't look at those hand count ballots, nor can they look at any hand count ballots in any hand count towns.
Representative McGuire.
Thank you, and thank you for coming. So, hand count ballots, clearly people see them when there's recounts,
Yes.
right? Okay. Are they kept separate from the other ballots physically? When the ballots are returned to you, and you open them for a recount, do you know, okay, this stack was the hand count stack and that stack was the machine count stack, or not necessarily?
Thank you for the question. Not necessarily. We get information back in all sorts of manners, but sometimes they just bundle up all the ballots and throw them in a box. Sometimes they have them in stacks of 50 with labels on them, not written on them, just pieces of paper. So some towns we may be able to determine that. Some towns we would not be able to determine that.
May I follow up? So, but you do training of all these clerks and so on. Could you require that, or would we need new law to make that happen, or?
We could say best practice wise,
Okay.
but if you wanted them to separately boxed hand count ballots for recount purposes, I believe you would have to put that into law.
Okay. All right. Where I'm going with that is that this whole display process happens way after the election's already over. And so at such point, when you're about to hand out the memory images, you could look in the box, take the envelope of hand counts, scan them yourself, and add that picture image to the image of the other ballots, right? And then there would be all the images.
Thank you for the question. Yes, you're correct. We would then have to pick up the ballots, every single box of ballot from every location where somebody wants to view these for the purposes of doing that.
Oh, I see. So,
Yeah.
Mostly ballots are stored at towns and not with the Secretary of State, is that right?
All ballots are stored locally unless there is a recount request, and then our office goes with 2 employees and physically picks up those ballots,
I
all of them.
All right, thank you. Let me, one other thing, back to the question of the employee and the viewing and all that. What would you say if we limited it strictly to distributing memory cards and not do the viewing and all that? You know, that's the time-consuming part, it seems to me.
There would be a very time-consuming part of distribution of memory cards. It definitely would not be a full-time position. And then I would still have the privacy concerns that I had previously.
Of course. Yeah, thank you.
All right, just a reminder to the division, we need to really focus on the financial impact versus the policy, even though I can see there was a lot of debate since it came out of the committee earlier with not a recommendation one way or the other, so. Seeing no further questions for the Deputy Secretary of State. Thanks, Aaron. Good to see you as always. Does the gentleman from the Municipal Association wish to testify? And if you could please fill out a pink card for us when you're done.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Nate Grace for the Municipal Association. We agree with the Secretary's position on this. We did attempt to calculate the costs associated with the original legislation, and in looking at the amended bill this morning, I don't believe we would change any information that we provided to LBA at their request. We're just unclear exactly to what extent municipal officials would be required to participate in this process. Obviously, quite a lot of the review process is up to the secretary, and the processes instituted by the secretary. Certainly, our local election officials support them in that capacity, and will do whatever is necessary. But we have to keep in mind that that's just one of the roles that town clerks and other local officials play. We have a robust review process, audit process. I do know that Senator Gray has introduced another bill this year, Senate Bill 489, to update some of those audit processes related to ensuring that the machines are giving accurate counts. I believe he's worked with the Secretary of State's office on that, and then it's been sent over to the House for review in the appropriate policy committee. I'm certainly happy to take any questions the committee may have of me at this time.
Are there any questions for the representative from the Municipal Association? Representative Evil.
I just want to be clear on your position on the bill. So do you oppose it, or?
We do oppose the bill, mostly on policy reasons, but we're also unclear on what the costs are.
Because, yeah, so, but you have concerns about the cost because of the sort of unknowns of how this is all going to roll out, and also you're concerned for the employees of the towns who are already very busy.
Correct. So the town clerk, for example, has a number of roles in addition to election roles that he or she fulfills. With this 4-month kind of rolling process, as the deputy secretary testified, it's a year-long process. So while the town clerk may be busy trying to do things like prepare the warrant for town meeting or something like that, they're also being required to act in a support position for the secretary's office as if one of these requests comes in or multiple requests come in. So it would be very difficult with current staffing levels to ensure that every municipality can adequately respond to these requests in the manner that would be required by this legislation as we understand it.
Are there any further questions? Seeing none, thanks much for your
Thank you.
testimony. The division, any particular feeling? Representative McGuire.
Can we wait a little till next week? I need some time to process this and perhaps think of an amendment to make it cheaper. Well, talk with Ms. Hennessy offline and see if we can work out a way to make it cheaper and workable. Because I see the problems here, and especially with the hand count aspect of it. But I have an idea of how that might be fixed. But personally, just to say, personally, having an employee to do this seems to me not a valuable enough thing to justify it. That's my problem. So I'm not sure this is a must-have with item.
All right, any problem pushing this to next week? We are meeting, so we can add this to our agenda next week. All right. I wanted to say Senator Hennessy, then it was Representative Hennessy, and so Aaron, next week we'll reschedule this. Thanks. All right, next on our agenda, we have House Bill 1647, relative to the calculation of Group 2 retirement benefits and the retirement system. This came out of ED&A 20-0, ought to pass as amended. It came, had a vote on the House floor, a voice vote back on the 22nd of February. And there is a new fiscal note. Thanks, Aaron. I mean, Melissa. So if there's anyone out there that would like to speak, we are using pink cards to try to keep things a little cleaner. I was probably going to call on you first, Marty, but yeah, I can give you, Representative McGuire and I are on this bill. This was a result of a retirement commission recommendation last year, and I see that the ED&A committee did amend the bill slightly by requiring people to be of full age before they could collect the additional benefit. And Marty, if there's anything you think we should know as far as, I know there's been a slight reduction in the cost of $1 million or two, but if you'd like to speak to anything that you think would be relevant for our.
Yeah, just for background, and I realize this is a financial committee, not a policy committee. I did revise the handout I provided to ED&A for the initial public hearing. That's what Melissa just sent around, just for background on what the change is. It was updated to note that it only applies to members who would qualify for service or disability retirement, i.e., work through the full career or were no longer able to through no fault of their own. So that's all background, just, on the policy piece and some of the history. The second page of that handout is something I know the chair is familiar with. We put this together for ED&A as well, and this just shows the current multipliers for each of the Group 2 tiers and how the bill would change them after 10 years and when the minimum number of years worked were for each of the tiers, and there's some keys and some head counts on the side. So just, again, more background on the policy piece. The fiscal note, the change, the amendment 0326H out of House ED&A did reduce the cost somewhat on the unfunded liability. Believe the bill carried over with the 55.9 million appropriation towards the unfunded. That number has gone down to 53.6 in the analysis. So if the bill were re-amended to that amount, or if you kept it at 55.9, it would just reduce the liability a little bit more, not associated with this proposal, but just generally speaking. So a lot of numbers, a lot of things moving around. I'd be glad to answer any questions, but that's where I'd like to start sort of setting it up.
Let me just say how fortunate we are to have you, and we've all agreed that you can never retire, even though you work at the Retirement Commission. But I'm still really, it's a learning process in this whole matter. But other questions for Marty? Again, you must have done an excellent job. There's no questions.
Okay, thank you.
Sure, thanks. Thanks so much. The Municipal Association, would you like to speak to it or no? Representative Pearson. She's waving off speaking.
Good morning. House Finance Division 1. Representative Steve Pearson, Rockingham District 13, representing the town of Derry. I just wanted to come up here and just make a little bit of a reminder that the negotiated fix for this originally in House Bill 436 passed the House with a veto-proof majority, left the House in the budget. And we know the chaos that ensued after that. So the House's policy on not only a partial fix, but a full fix was pretty much made loud and clear last year. This is and I want to reiterate that this is very much a partial repair to what was ultimately done through House Bill 436. So the guardrails or the amendment that was discussed that went through ED&A was actually proposed by the affected parties. That's the origin of it. They felt that a guardrail would be welcome and necessary, not only just to drive the cost down, but to accomplish the ultimate goal here, which is to continue to have people working and try to make the jobs in emergency services more attractive. You know, I am fully confident in saying this as I have a relationship with all of these organizations that everyone involved wants to see a prosperous and healthy pension system. That is universal. So that's just really why I'm here before you today, is just a little bit of a reminder of what we've gone through in the past 2 years and just kind of how we got to where we are today with that commission. And I just would ask the Division 1 here to move this through and let's have some positive change forward for the first responders.
You don't give yourself enough credit. This has been going on for over a decade to try to get to this point. So I appreciate.
Well, certainly in the 6 years I've been involved, let's just say I've been a little bit more aggressive.
I
with this.
appreciate. I know we all appreciate your effort because it's been a long road to get this far and a lot of ups and downs from our battle to get this resolved.
But you got me here, so go for it. I'll take questions.
Are there any questions for the representative from Derry? Representative McGuire, you don't have a question? Yeah. Well, no, I don't want to encourage that. But
You don't want to? All right, I'll ask you. Sure. So, thank you for coming, Representative. So,
Sure.
it seems to me that a key difference between this and the original House Bill 436 is that this expands the 2.5% to be available to younger members of Group 2.
That's a fact, yep.
Yeah, and would you agree with me that that's a very good feature of this?
Sure. When the legislature created or consolidated the various state pension systems in the 60s, as you know, the reason for that was buying power in a lot of ways. And and uniformity amongst the various groups. And it took a few years, and there were some tweaks in the early days, and they really got the system kind of figured out where it can function. It's a cost-saving measure to the taxpayer based on alternatives, and you kind of had to jostle the parameters to get a good running system, and that system ran well at 2.5. So, to restore, and I want to stress that for a lot of folks it's a restoration, and yes, for the newer folks it is a change from their hiring condition, but it is putting the system basically back to where it was functioning effectively prior to the legislature messing with it in the 90s. So, we bear responsibility. I say as a body, not certainly as members individually of the body, but as a body, we bear responsibility in mistakes that were made in the past, as well as some of the lobbying organizations, pushing for some things that they didn't fully understand. So now that we have the luxury of some 2020 vision and some historical context to where we've made some goof ups and we're still kind of morphing this blob that is the pension system into something that, frankly, at some point, I hope we can just leave alone. We can just set it and let it do its thing. But until we get to that point, we've got to work our way through getting back to that somewhat of a homeostasis type of a operation, and within the financial constraints of what we are able to do based on the budgets that we have in front of us. So, not to give some sort of an Oxford level answer, but that's kind of where we are. So this is a step in the right direction. It's certainly not the step that a lot of the stakeholders want, but when you do what you can when you can, right?
Thanks, Steve.
Sure.
Representative Sweeney, you have anything to add?
I think this is a commitment we pretty much made last year, that we'd address this issue. Seems to me the fair thing to do at this point.
Are you moving the passage?
I'll move that we pass it.
It's been moved and seconded. Representative Griffin, followed by, with a second, Representative Sweeney. Thanks.
Slight more discussion.
Yeah, you're welcome to discuss the
Yeah,
motion.
thank you. So I had an extensive discussion yesterday with the Senate, and one of their big concerns, just overall cost of this bill plus what we did with House Bill 436, is the ongoing costs to municipalities, right? So if you look at the fiscal note, I think it's about $4 million a year or something. And I just want to stress to people that that money is for what we pay now, the 53 million, is, and you might want to amend the bill, right, to the current fiscal note, right, rather than the amount that's appropriated in the bill. We might want to talk about that for a minute. But my point is the 4 million ongoing, that's for people who are not yet hired, right? And it's sort of impossible to pay for them because we don't know how many of them there will be. We don't know what they're going to be paid, et cetera. This is just our guess as to what the ongoing costs will be. And those people get a better pension, right? They get the 2.5% instead of the 2% they do under current law. And so it's sort of, this ongoing cost is a concern for the Senate, but in some sense, it's impossible to pay for now, right? And so I think it's just, it's one of the characteristics. You're going to get a better pension, it's going to cost a little bit more. All right. So then the other part of the discussion is, we saw from the new fiscal note that the amount for the now part is slightly less because of the House amendment. So I would suggest a friendly amendment to this motion that we make the appropriation match the fiscal note.
Okay, Representative Griffin supports that friendly amendment. Representative McGuire, is that seconded by Representative Sweeney? Seeing no further discussion, Representative Weiler.
While we have Director Carlin here, I would have a question for him as to what the deficit is now in the retirement system, and are we making any progress on it?
Thanks, Representative Weiler. At the end of the last fiscal year, last June 30th, it was 5.61 billion, which was down from 5.69 billion in the prior year. So there was some movement downward based on investment performance. We've reached the point in the 30-year funding of most of the liability where the employer contributions coming in now are eating into the principal. There's sort of a negative amortization in the first, decade or 10, 12 years. And that even though the employers were paying the rates, the negative amortization was increasing the liability as well. So we've kind of crossed over to that tipping point. So we're eating into the principal more at the current contribution rate. So the hope is, barring any economic catastrophes, that number will be going down.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
There's
See-
also another thing that occurred to me, if the municipalities are upset about the extra money and make it a 28A issue, that perhaps that percentage should be passed on to the employee.
There is a motion on the floor, and so I won't take any further discussion other than from the members of the division, but seeing no further discussion, we have a motion of ought to pass with the friendly amendment offered by Representative McGuire to bring the amendment into compliance with the fiscal note. When the clerk is ready, will please call the roll.
Okay, as described by the chair, we're voting on HB 1647. Representative McGuire,
Yes.
Representative Griffin, Representative Sweeney,
Yes.
Representative Cambrils,
Yes.
Chair Weiler,
Yes.
clerk votes yes, Representative Hewitt,
Yes.
Representative Grassy,
Absent.
absent, 0, and Chair Richmond.
Yes.
So it's unanimous, 8-0.
House Bill 1647 as amended passes. Few minutes before we get to 1589. Okay. We'll open up the work session on House Bill 1589, establishing a Veterans Treatment Court. This came out of the Judiciary Committee 18-0, ought to pass with amendment, passed on the House floor with a voice vote back on the 15th of February. Representative Moffett.
Thank you, Representative Leishman. Yes, I was a prime sponsor of this measure, and as you mentioned, it did go through judiciary fairly easily with as amended. I was really hoping that Representative Lynn, Judge Lynn, who I spoke with earlier, could be here to speak to the measure as it came out of committee. The policy part of it was what I focused on, and in all candor, I didn't give a whole lot of thought to the finance part. And I try to be pretty careful about spending, but and I know that's what you all do. So I can speak to the policy, and I can try to. I just reread the amended version, and there is. I had a little bit of sticker shock actually looking at the numbers that are there to put this into place. So anyway, I'd be happy to speak to the policy part of it a little bit, and in the absence of Judge Lynn, but I'd be happy to try to take any questions.
Yeah, we try to stick to finance, but often we get off track. But as far as policy, we
Right.
have a bad lot over here. But are there any questions for Representative Moffett? Representative Weiler.
Some of the earlier courts that we did, like the drug court and the family court. The family court, I remember I was involved with that. We tried it for a couple of years at a large county and a small county and see what the acceptance was. Would you object if we did this same kind of thing, tried it experimentally at a couple of counties before we expanded it?
Thank you for the question and comment. I would not object to that. I know there's a template in place that's been in place here to kind of do that combination thing you just described. One of the concerns that did come up is that there were some gaps. That's why this bill moved through judiciary. So my only concern would be that in some fashion, no veterans fall in any gaps, like in Grafton County or Coas or whatever. But what you just described sounds like something that could work.
Did it at the drug court. The drug court, I think it's Rockingham County. At the drug court, it started in a couple of counties, and the counties paid for it because we were convinced, yes, this is a good idea. And it went on for some time before it went statewide, and then the state started to pay for it. Before that, it was a county budget, so it's another way to try it, to introduce it. Thank you.
Any further questions? Representative McGuire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Representative. We have in front of us a proposed amendment by Representative Stapleton. Have you looked at that? Because I can't find any difference between that and the bill.
I know Representative Stapleton on the House floor had an amendment that passed, obviously, that, if I recollect correctly, had to do with making certain folks eligible who were allied members of allied forces who worked with Americans. So I think that was the point of his amendment, was to, if there were allied military personnel who got into trouble in New Hampshire, they would be eligible for this sentencing option. So I think that's what Representative Stapleton's amendment spoke to.
Question for Mr. Hoffman. So the amendment we have before is dated February 6th. That's the one that passed the House floor?
No.
I don't believe so.
Yeah, I
I think because it's got these numbers.
yeah.
But So maybe he rewrote it because there actually were two amendments on this bill, right? So there was the committee amendment and the floor amendment, I guess.
Yes, Representative McGuire, the committee changed the language in committee, and then there was the floor amendment, which we just, Representative Stapleton sponsored that, or put that in.
Maybe this is obsolete.
Yeah, so we ought to put an X on the February 6th
X.
X, just because it
Okay,
will confuse the issue.
sorry. Okay.
Are there any further questions for Representative Moffett?
Yes.
Oh, Representative McGuire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Now, so the expensive part of this bill is these grants to counties. In what way does this bill cause counties to spend money?
Thank you for the question, and I'm looking over my shoulder to see if Judge Lynn is here, but this young woman, yes, is very familiar with the the inner workings and hidden mechanisms of our judicial processes. And I'm a word person, not a numbers person. But in terms of the structure you just spoke to, she or Judge or Representative Lynn could, being part of that judge world, could answer it better than me.
Well, Representative Lynn, who used to be part of the judge world, just came in. So would you like to come? There's been some questions that Representative Moffett said you're the person to ask.
Representative Lynn is here. I'm so pleased. So I introduced this Representative Lynn, and we're not really into the policy part, but the mechanism of, in fact, Representative Weiler had an interesting, good comment that maybe he could repeat for you.
Sure, and I apologize for being late. We had our exec sessions going on and we just got done. Sorry about that.
No, I was referring to the implementation, like in family court, first we tried it in a large county and a small county for a couple of years before we decided whether or not it was successful and to expand it. And then with the drug court, I know we started in Rockingham County. We were convinced by the county attorney that we should try it, and it was paid for just by the county. And then I think another county had done it, and then it was successful, so the state took it over and started paying for it. So
Right.
I'm wondering if that same mechanism might work for this.
I mean, I that certainly would be a possibility. I mean, you could do it that way. I think the way it's drafted now doesn't do that, and I think but what it does do is you'll see there's language in there that gives the court system the flexibility so that, because for example, let's say in Coas County, and arguably this could be true in other counties, it may be that the number of people, the number of veterans who are participating in the Veterans Court would not be sufficient to, have a sort of separate judicial officer and staff and stuff, related just to that county. So this gives the court system the flexibility to say, well, we're going to combine Coas and Grafton or whatever. But I guess the other thing I would say, and I'd be interested what the judicial branch would have to say, because they obviously have more recent information than I do. My sense, though, is that these kind of treatment-oriented courts, the drug court, mental health, even the veterans, I mean, there is some language in existing law dealing with veterans courts. It's been around sort of long enough for us to kind of know that it works. And so the pilot program model, I think, I'm not sure we need to do that anymore. So I guess that would be what I would say on that.
Any further questions for Representative Moffett or Representative Lynn? Representative McGuire has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Chairman Lynn. Let me ask the question I asked previously. So the main cost of this bill is the grants to counties. In what way does the bill impose new costs on counties?
Well, I think in terms of the county correctional systems, for example, their staffing people, some of those things are paid for by the county, and I assume that there would be things that they would do in connection with the drug court, in connection with the Veterans Court that would cost money. Or at least things that they could do that could cost money. That's I think maybe what the idea of having the grants is to make them available so that if there are treatment options that they could implement, they would have money to do that. And I wish, is Alex Casal here? He's not. I'm sorry. I wish Alex was here because he's kind of the judicial branch's guru on the treatment course, and he could give you the specific examples of things that the counties do now in the other treatment courts that I don't have the details, and I apologize for that.
Right, thank you. May I follow up? So you're thinking of the judge might order that somebody go through drug treatment or something like that, and the county would pay the treatment person for that service? Is that what we're...
The county, I mean, that as an example, or they might have, for example, I'll give you just an example. I understand that in Rockingham County, which I have some more familiarity with, the County House of Corrections does some out of House of Corrections, provides some out of House of Corrections services to either former or deferred inmates in terms of counseling and drug treatment and that kind of thing. And so I suspect that would be the kind of thing for veterans that that counties might do and would be, and that would be something that the counties would pay for, and presumably this grant money would be available to help them in that regard. So I think that's sort of the idea of what we're talking about. But in terms of, exactly what you call that person and the exact duties, I have to say I don't really know.
One more?
One more.
So the fiscal note says we're looking at an ongoing cost, because this grant thing is not just one time. This is every year. And so the ongoing cost looks like $2 million a year. And so, and it says there's a pilot program that has 12 individuals in it, and it takes up 1/4 of one judge's time. Is this $2 million a year? I mean, do you know how many individuals we expect to help with this? And, what would be the cost per kind of thing? Do we have any idea about that?
Representative Moffett, in terms of the numbers, I'm really not. I don't have a good feel for that.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you for the question, Representative. In terms of numbers, there's just no way we can project how many veterans are going to get in trouble or might be eligible for this program. I don't have the current numbers in terms of like last year or the previous year, the number of veterans who were referred to drug court. That would give us some sort of a baseline, but a great question, and it's somewhat indeterminable.
Thank you.
The only other thing I'd say is I completely understand your concern. I wonder if if I guess I would, speaking for myself, and I haven't talked to Representative Moffett about this, but if you decide, well, look, let's sort of see how this works in terms of the money. Let's say that we're going to appropriate this money for next year or whatever, and have some language in there that says this will be reevaluated at the end of the fiscal year or whatever. That makes perfect sense. I wouldn't have any problem with that.
Thank you.
Seeing no further questions, thank you. I do
Thank you.
see a gentleman from the National Guard in the back there, I believe. Would you like to come forward and say anything, or? Oh, absolutely, yep. Thanks. Yeah, we do have an updated fiscal note, and it seems a lot higher than the original bill that went to the Judiciary Committee, so I'd be curious on why it's now closing in on $2 million.
So I think the major cost there is, and it's in the original language, the actual grants themselves. And my understanding of the grant amounts is that those are amounts that are used in the drug courts. And so I think I don't want to speak for the policy sponsors, but their thought was that it would be unlikely to exceed the amount of funds that are used in the county grants for the drug courts. And I think that's true. And it's also not very likely, certainly not initially, to approach the amount of money that's used for the grants for the drug courts. I don't know if their intention, they can maybe speak more to it, is just to envision what I know many advocates of the bill have said they expect to be able to pull many more people into the program than are currently in it. That they didn't want it to have a ceiling that was too low for a future date. But I don't expect that the grants would reach the total maximum that's currently listed in this bill. The direct costs for the court are relatively low. The bill has a Veterans Court Coordinator, that's a hiring of a position, the creation of a database to answer record questions, and a certain percentage of our grant manager's time, the same way that she manages the grants to the drug court, to manage them through the counties. But the grants themselves are not a cost to us. We're a pass-through for them. The costs for the court are under $250,000 a year.
I should have asked you this at the beginning. You just state your name for the record. So
I
anyone
apologize.
outside there knows
I
who you
shouldn't
are.
assume everybody knows me by my face. My name is Erin Krieg, and I'm the general counsel for the judicial branch.
My name is Warren Perry. I'm the Deputy Adjutant General for the Department of Military Affairs and Veteran Services. So I would just kind of say that the demand on the court for Veterans Court services, we anticipate to be less than 40 a year. Historically, we generally have about 12 or 14 in the program at any given time. So to kind of get after Representative McGuire's question, I don't think there'll be a huge demand for this, but I think there could be an anticipated increase in demand if we establish a complete veterans court. Right now, there's a docket inside the mental health courts that services veterans. That's kind of the pilot that Representative Weiler talked about, and we've been doing that for a couple of years, and that's where those numbers come from. So at any given time, about 12, maybe 40 veterans a year might come in contact, and that could swell if we expand this to all of the courts in the state. So that's kind of what I wanted to say.
Would you take questions?
As many as I can answer.
All right. Representative McGuire.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, this is more a question for Ms. Cregan, I think. Since we don't know how many people are involved, the way I read the bill is the grants are only prorated based on the portion of the year that the grant will be effective, and it's so much for this kind of county and so much for that kind of county. It's not based on the usage in the sense of how many veterans were having these kind of cases. So would it make more sense for us to say number of veterans cases and $10,000 a case, or I don't know, some kind of number?
I don't think that the courts have a perspective on that. It is low enrollment right now. And that's one of the things we've appreciated working with the sponsors, that they specifically inserted language in the bill that would be clear that we would have some options if we had the county where, for example, there was only 1 or 2 participants in the court at a given time. From the court's perspective, I don't think that we're just a pass through for this money. The counties may have more of a view on what is efficient for them to receive it. But for us, it would not make a difference if it were structured that way, because we would solely use our grants manager to transfer that money to the counties.
One question? Yeah. So since you're the attorney here, it seems to me that on page 4, line 33 is in conflict with page 1, line 3. So page 1, line 3 says, at least 1 veterans court shall be established in 1 circuit court and 1 superior court in each county or district. Are districts, some counties have more than 1 district? Is that one?
District court, yes, there are 34 district courts.
Okay. But on the page 4, line 33, it says, a county seeking to implement a veterans court may obtain a grant, right? So we're telling them they must implement it, and then they may get a grant, you know, seeking to implement, right? So it's sort of, that implies that maybe they don't want to implement. What do you think?
That's a good question. I think that the mandate is for the courts to establish the Veterans Court, and I think if we didn't have the county participation and they didn't want to get grants and they didn't want to bring some of their resources to it, the court's role is to provide the judge, the clerk, but there's a participation of a lot of other folks, prosecutors, defense attorneys, treatment professionals, the VA. So if we did not have participation beyond court staff, that would certainly limit the effectiveness of the program. It would be much more similar to a traditional adjudication. So I take that language to be on the courts. Already now we do try to have a veterans track where we have subscribership, and they have varying levels of formality. It's relatively formal in Manchester and Nashua where there's a high population. There's a lower level of formality in a couple other locations with a small number of folks. So I think that for us, our interpretation of the legislation is that we have to make sure that this is available regardless of the geographic setting in which the veteran finds themselves. But that may mean pooling them into another district somehow, for example, by video conferencing. And that's the line that was inserted at our request immediately after the requirement to establish. So you could theoretically have a county that didn't participate and the veteran would have to go to another county or would have to be served by a video conference through another location. But this would be a much less effective bill if we did not have good participation from the counties.
Are there further questions? Representative Ebel.
Thank you for coming. And I don't know if you're the right person to ask this. Did the Association of Counties testify or have a position that you're aware of on this bill?
I'm afraid I don't know the answer to
Yeah,
that.
you're probably the wrong person. I'm sorry.
I don't recall at the public hearing seeing them.
I don't think so. I don't think they did, but I can't say for sure.
So I had a question for Ms. Cregan. So I see that there's a special fund or a special account that would be set up separate from the judicial branch. Now with the drug courts, that was all rolled into the judicial budget, and why would there be a need for a special account for this program?
That's not something that we have a position on if the legislature would like to structure that differently. It's not an area where we sought a change, I think, to the original language of the bill. We can administer it either way, but it's not something in which we take a policy position.
Okay.
These are their pink cards.
Oh, okay, thanks. Are there any further questions? Seeing none? No, thank you very much. Is there anyone else that would wish to speak or? Oh, sure. You look familiar. You've been here before.
Good afternoon. My name's David Cady. I'm the Deputy Director of the Division of Field Services with the New Hampshire Department of Corrections. So I was asked to be here, listening to some of the previous. Yep, sorry. So yes, you want me to start all over? Okay. I just wanted to give a little background. Obviously, in my role, I've been in probation parole for 28 years as an officer, chief, and now in my current position, I've worked with drug court, been involved in the startup of like the youth adult court. Obviously, with the Veterans Court, we support all the specialty courts. And in all of those, usually the probation parole officers are the ones who are supervising these individuals because usually they're on probation. In like drug court cases, youthful adult court cases, those caseloads are a lot more involved with all the court meetings, other supervision type stuff. So I wanted to kind of echo what they were saying. I work mostly as a probation parole officer up north, so I'm very familiar with Coos, Grafton, Carroll. I don't see that those counties probably having a dedicated veterans court just because of the numbers. Typically we might have had 2 or 3 individuals who were veterans under supervision. Certainly the larger counties would probably have a dedicated veterans court if that's what comes to pass. And saying that there was like maybe 20 or 40 individuals. I think we all know, like drug court, if you have a veterans court in 7 counties, you're going to have a lot more than 20 or 40 individuals funneled into that. You're talking about fiscal note and resources that would be needed. Certainly for the supervision, I would think the Department of Corrections would need additional officers to handle this type of endeavor. So, kind of like in drug court, best practices are 1 officer to 20 to 25 cases. And that's what we've tried to do with drug court. I think there's a need for this, but I don't see it going statewide or having, you might, like, she was testifying saying that, you'd have people reporting from Lebanon, say, to maybe Laconia or Sullivan counties for those areas where there was only 1 or 2 people in these types of courts. But I think, it would definitely be an additional income resource issue for the Department of Corrections if, we had 200 veteran courts individuals placed on probation and under our care. So that may be something that you want to consider as far as an impact with this kind of bill. And I will certainly take any questions from any of you.
Other questions, Representative McGuire?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So can you answer my question in terms of how much per individual this bill adds to costs for counties? Or get some idea? Or
I'm not, I would think it would be similar to the drug court, individuals. I don't know if they do it per, I know like every county has, kind of a cap of, COAS has 10. Other areas may have 50. I think that's how they base the appropriations to fund it, because you have a drug court coordinator or a veterans court coordinator and, the team that does all the treatment. So I think that's probably how it would be broke down. I'm sure if you, like Mr. Cassell, Alex probably has the breakdown on, we in Rockingham, we have this many cases and this is what we allot for that program.
All right. One follow-up. Now, you said that this adds costs to the Department of Corrections. And I don't quite understand that because absent the Veterans Court, aren't these veterans, they've committed whatever crime they commit and they're in your charge and, you still have to deal with them and so on?
Yes, I would say that most likely they would be on probation regardless if there wasn't a Veterans Court. The difference is the amount of time, energy, effort, and resources that these cases take. Like a drug court case probably takes 3 times the amount of time, energy, resources from the Department of Corrections as far as dealing with those. There's weekly court meetings, there's daily communications, there's increased supervision. So as far as a resource for the Department of Corrections, that's why we've tried to increase in drug court to the most that we can as a department. But what I'm saying is if you have 200 veteran court individuals in these programs statewide, I'm not sure we would be able to absorb that without additional probation pro officers, keeping up with all the other stuff that we're doing.
Well, you just got a homework assignment. If you could get together with the LBA, Mr. Hoffman, and look at the impact this would have on the Department of Corrections before next Wednesday, that would be great.
Okay, thank you.
Seeing no further questions, we'll take this up next Wednesday when we meet. Hopefully, I think we're at about 6 bills now for next week.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah, sure.
if I could make one comment. So I just would like to highlight some of the testimony in the policy committee about cost, right? So, and I think this is what Representative McGuire was getting at. It's like, it costs a certain amount of money to incarcerate veterans, and it costs a certain amount of money to run through a veterans track. And we really need to be focusing on maybe which one is cheaper and more cost effective. I would argue, without doing the math, I would argue that it's cheaper to use the alternative sentencing methods and the potential impacts of recidivism and getting a productive member of the community back in the community who is a veteran are cheaper than incarceration. So I just would make that point to the committee as they consider the bill and move forward. So we think it's a good program from our department's perspective. We do understand that there's costs associated with it, but we think the costs are less than if we had to incarcerate veterans.
Well, hopefully by next Wednesday, we'll have that. Well, everybody will be happy with the results. Thanks, Mr. Hoffman, for doing that and working with the Department of Corrections. Seeing no further questions, it's almost 12 o'clock. We'll be back here at 1 p.m. Thanks.
Well done.
What's that? studies of nuclear energy technologies. This came out of Science and Technology and Energy with a 7-3 vote. And it passed on the House floor, ought to pass as amended on, with just a voice vote on the 22nd of February. So is there anyone here to speak to the bill?
We have Josh Elliott from the Department of Energy here.
All right. And if we could get you to fill out afterwards a pink card, that would be great. Thank you.
Mike, is there a new fiscal note?
No, we do not have a updated fiscal note for that.
Are we waiting for one, Mike, or are we all set with the last one?
We are waiting for one.
Waiting
I'm
for
not
one.
sure how much it will change, but
All right, thanks, Mike. All right, all yours.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. For the record, Josh Elliott. I am the Director of the Division of Policy and Programs of the Department of Energy, which is where this position and this reformed office are located. So I am here happy to answer any questions that the committee may have regarding the bill.
If I recall, you're not general funded at all, right?
That is correct. We are a mix of either federal funds, assessment dollars from the utilities we regulate, or the Renewable Energy Fund, which is where this office would be funded out of.
Are there questions? Representative McGuire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for coming. You said this will be renewable energy funds. Where does those come from?
Sure. So thank you for the question. The Renewable Energy Fund is a continually appropriated non-lapsing fund that is managed by the Department of Energy. The funding for the Renewable Energy Fund comes from what are called alternative compliance payments. Essentially, in state statute, we have what's called the Renewable Portfolio Standard, or RPS. Electric distribution utilities, so Eversource, Unitil, et cetera, or competitive energy suppliers are required to purchase what are called renewable energy certificates, or RECs, in order to meet those statutory requirements to have a certain percentage from various renewable resources to cover what they sell in any given year in the state of New Hampshire. If a entity cannot purchase because there are not RECs available to be purchased on the open market, or they, for whatever reason, choose not to, they can make essentially what is a penalty payment called an alternative compliance payment. So essentially, instead of going out and purchasing those renewable energy certificates, they say, okay, I'm going to pay essentially this penalty instead. Those penalties then go into the Renewable Energy Fund, which fund a variety of activities and is contemplated as funding this position.
One follow-up. So if I'm right, any leftover renewable energy money goes back to ratepayers, right? And so am I right? Or
You're thinking of...
I'm thinking of Reggie.
You're thinking of Reggie, yes. So these funds come to the department. We are then statutorily required. We have a number of programs to fund renewable, either rebates or competitive grant programs. So they go to a variety of things, whether it's installing a pellet boiler at someone's home to doing community solar projects and sort of everything in between.
So, all right, follow. So therefore, if this position's funded and it's a new position, there's something else that's losing out a little bit. Is that right?
So the amount of alternative compliance payments fluctuates in a given year because there are other market forces as well as actions taken by other New England states in terms of the REC market. So it's a very dynamic market. So that's not to say that we would not fund it. Or I should say that does, by adding this position doesn't necessarily mean that somebody wouldn't get a grant or a rebate because of it.
Are there any further questions?
Magic money.
Representative Weiler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've been told that the Seabrook Nuclear Power Plant produces enough electricity to power the whole state, but ISO New England has decided to spread it all over New England. Is that any truth to that?
So Seabrook Nuclear Station, which is owned by NextEra, is a private company. So they are we're called merchant generators. So essentially they can sell their electricity to whomever is the purchaser of that electricity. So they don't have any sort of statutory requirements or federal requirements that they only sell electricity to within the state boundaries. So in theory, if somebody has a contract, whether it's a utility or other entity to buy that electricity from Seabrook, that is how they sell their electricity.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Representative Wiley got me thinking a little bit. So what's the lifetime left on Seabrook?
I believe, and I would be happy to follow up with the committee on this. I know they recently renewed their license with the NRC. I believe it's out to 2050 something at this point. I'd be happy to follow up with the committee with the exact date.
All right, thanks so much. See no further questions. Oh, I'm sorry, Representative Ebel.
Thank you. Did you take a position on this bill? Your agency?
If I apologize because one of my colleagues was the one who testified in front of House ST&E. I believe we were neutral on the bill.
Thank you very much for your testimony. I see the prime sponsor here. Would you like to say anything? Representative Alman.
For the record, my name is Representative Keith Ammon, Hillsborough District 42, and I'll submit a pink card when I'm done. I was down, you guys missed an exciting caucus if you weren't in there. That's why I was late. So I apologize. So this bill was a product of the Advanced Nuclear Study Commission. And I had the pleasure of chairing that. And in our research, we went through statutes. So we have this whole set of statutes on atomic energy, and they're ancient. They're very ancient statutes. And in the statutes, biannually, so every 2 years, one of the department heads was supposed to be appointed the coordinator of atomic energy development. And that, whoever that was supposed to, every 2 years, create reports in conjunction with many of the other departments of the executive branch and present those reports to the governor and the executive council. So that's existing statute that's completely being ignored. So we thought it was a good effort to update our statutes with current language. So we didn't seem like we were living in the 50s. And then also resurrect that position to sort of carry on the work that our study commission had been doing and put that position under the Department of Energy, which didn't exist, when the statute was written. So that was sort of the thinking of it. And then we had experts come in from, the different organizations like the Nuclear Energy Institute and the American Nuclear Society. We had we had people from the Office of Nuclear Energy from the Department of Energy that came in and helped us. And one of the suggestions was we want to put the definition, I know this isn't a policy committee, but I'm giving you the background. We wanted to put the definition of advanced nuclear into our statutes and then include that consideration in this reporting requirement. And we tied it, the suggestion was to tie that definition to the federal definition of advanced nuclear. So that's kind of the whole point of the original bill, was to start looking at advanced nuclear because Seabrook, and I think I heard the same number, 2050, it's been extended to. It may be extended further, but we know we have high energy costs. And advanced nuclear, these are generation 3+ and generation 4 designs that are, the idea is they'd be built in a factory, delivered by a truck, assembled in a few months, that their safety perimeter could be just the site boundary. It doesn't have to be 10 miles in radius. They don't require a lot of water. They can power a municipality for 8 years before being refueled. So there's some really cool promises that are on the horizon potentially. And we want to make sure we send out the signal that our state is aware, we're interested, we're looking at it. And to have, there are about 100, it's somewhere around, let's say about almost $10 billion of venture capital, federal money going into exploring this new technology. I'm trying to remember all my stats. There's something like 40 companies working on it. We have a startup right here in Manchester called StarCube that's working on it. So that was the idea behind the bill. And then the committee amended it to change the name of the Office of Offshore Wind Development to be more generic for energy innovation. So that would cover advanced nuclear, it would cover hydrogen, battery storage, that kind of thing. So, and I thought that made sense, and I agreed to it because with inflation, there's a lot of contracts for offshore wind that are being canceled. The costs are prohibitive. So for now, that may be a dead end. So to repurpose that commission makes sense to me. So happy to answer any questions about that.
Are there any questions? Like, obviously, you did a good job, so thank you for coming. You have something else to add?
I was going to say, I know the department's neutral on this. We had discussions with Deputy Commissioner Elms and some others, and my opinion is that they're favorable towards the direction that this bill's going, but I don't want to speak for them.
I guess I do have one question. I saw there was a reference to Class 2 money. What's that? 'Cause-
I don't know.
okay. Yeah, the bill makes reference, I guess
Is it the fiscal note? Or-
yeah,
So I haven't seen the revised fiscal note.
okay. Or you like to, I never saw it before, so I just kind of caught my eye.
Sure. Happy to answer that question. Class 2 refers to the classes within the renewable portfolio standard. So Class 2 is solar. So there are other requirements that the money that we get in for ACPs be directed towards solar activities, specifically within the statute.
Oh, okay.
So that's where that comes in. I will answer your other question regarding Seabrook Station. I did look it up while Representative Ammon was testifying. Their license was renewed in 2019 to operate through March 15th of 2050.
All right. I guess you don't have any.
years.
Yeah, sounds good. All right, thanks so much for your.
Thank you.
All right, Representative Sweeney's moving. Thank you.
I will move on to pass.
And seconded by Representative Griffin.
Was supposed to be Representative Cambrils, but he's not.
Oh, you already had that set up? I see he's one of the sponsors.
Yeah, that's why I thought.
Yeah. When the clerk is ready, please call the roll.
Okay,
On
Sweeney,
Sweeney and Griffin.
Yes.
Not to jump to 1649, but did you have an amendment for that, Dan?
No, not at this time.
Oh, okay. So I thought if there was
I got a lot of questions about the bill. But
Okay, well, I
don't
thought
have an
if you had an amendment, we could pass it out and look at it before we start.
I did have a handout. So I already handed out the one thing, right, which was the summary of the computer generated summary of,
Yes, you-
of the previous public hearing
Yeah.
and work sessions. But I have more copies in case people in the audience might like to read it.
they're,
Just put it up.
they don't exactly tell the story. I
Well,
think it's,
House Bill 1649, relative to prohibiting certain products receiving PFAS. And I believe this went to the Commerce Committee and came out, what, 8-3?
No, 16-3.
16-3. 16-3 ought to pass. And on the floor, it passed on a voice vote.
That's right. And just thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. For the record, my name is Karen Ebel, and I represent Merrimack District 9, which is New London and Newbury. And just for further clarification on the voice vote, this wasn't one that we needed any clarification on. It was unanimous, but for a couple of voices in the background. So it was very forcefully supported, as I, of course, believe it should be. I didn't hear your voice, Dan. I was listening. It's difficult to express, I think, how much passion supports this bill and how much input was given on it and how much work has been
Sit up
done
front,
on the.
Representative Mooney, I'm sorry. You can sit with Karen if you'd like. I know you're very involved in this.
For a while.
Yeah,
It's okay.
sure.
But it's also, it's very difficult to talk about the financial fiscal note without also giving some kind of background on the PFAS issue. I think we're all very knowledgeable at this point about St. Gobain and the impact that it has had on the towns immediately surrounding. It's not as well understood what the impact of PFAS is on our waste stream, which is something that I'm particularly interested in. And the first thing that I've given to you in your packets, so you can just look at it, is that the sources of PFAS from products, setting aside industry, the PFAS bearing products end up in our landfills. The landfill leachate, of course, comes out. It has PFAS in it. The leachate, and I've given you a sheet here, hundreds and hundreds of millions of landfill leachate has to be processed by our wastewater treatment plants. The wastewater treatment plants at this point have no testing requirements for PFAS when the wastewater, after it's been processed, is released into our surface waters. The wastewater treatment plants, a lot of the residual is sludge that contains some of the PFAS. The PFAS goes right back in, the sludge goes back into the landfills again. Many of you may have heard about sludge that has been land applied in the past that had PFAS. In Maine, it was a huge problem because it actually ended up contaminating dairy cattle, and dairy farms had to be taken offline, and basically it's bankrupted them. Much of the land applied sludge in the state of New Hampshire is actually treated and is called biosolids. So that should not have PFAS in it. It is treated. But the point is that the wastewater treatment plants, and we know what an investment we've made in wastewater treatment plants in this state, are having to deal with untold amounts of wastewater, and the sludge is going by the tons and tons. And someone from Waste Management is here that can perhaps talk to this, but millions, a lot of tonnage going back into the landfills bearing PFAS, and then, who knows, there's the leachate again. The other thing, just to keep in mind, is that about 80% of us have independent septic systems in this state. Most of us have a cocktail of PFAS in our bodies, and it ends up in the septic tanks and in our leach fields. The septic tanks gets pumped, and then that goes to the wastewater treatment plants as well. And then lastly, but definitely not least, is the drinking water facilities. And we had a support from the drinking water utilities for this, have had to spend excruciating amounts of money to upgrade their facilities to be testing for PFAS in the trillionth. I have not brought information here on the health effects of PFAS. Whether you agree with that or not, the fact of the matter is that we are testing the water and just about everything else for PFAS to the trillionth, and we're having to treat it, and it's extremely expensive. In fact, the state of New Hampshire has probably already invested $100 million, and there's really no end in sight. One thing that I gave to you is an article that I got from the Minnesota Pollution Control Agency. They estimate remediation of PFAS in the future will be $14 to $28 billion. And they also have information here that says although PFAS can be bought for $50 to $1,000 per pound, the remediation costs are $2.7 million to $18 million per pound to remove and destroy them from municipal wastewater, which is an incredible amount of money by anybody's standard. Another thing that I have in your packet, I just want you to see, this is from the USGS, and this shows that all over the state they have tested the soil for PFAS. And while not all of it exceeds the amounts that are concerning, it's literally everywhere. And if you think that the products that you're using that contain PFAS aren't contributing to the situation, you're wrong, because most of everything you can imagine has PFAS in it. I want to say also that this bill came out of the solid waste working group that I chair, and it's a stakeholder group that includes solid waste processing folks, municipalities, and representative from the governor, hospitals, and they uniformly supported the concept of banning PFAS in products for a lot of reasons, but one of them is to reduce the toxicity in our waste stream. I haven't really spoken about the health costs that PFAS can cause. Those are really unquantifiable. I've focused more on the leachate and the wastewater and the drinking water. Now, I've spared you the raft of support letters that I brought into Commerce. But this is unlike any bill I think any of us have ever seen. This is supported by the solid waste industry, and I've given you an association letter from the National Waste and Recycling Association. So we have landfill operators, we have wastewater treatment facilities that also provided a letter in support, drinking water facilities, public health associations, environmental coalition, the New Hampshire Municipal Association, and any number of additional clean water advocates. And the issue of PFAS has brought all these people together in support. And this is why, when you look at the recommendation of Commerce, you will see a 16-3 vote. Now, I know that we have an AI replication of what happened in the hearings. What's not reflected there is that the chairman asked on several occasions for people to step forward in the final analysis of the way we amended the bill, and no one said anything. And that is because during the process of amending it, I removed several parts of it that were onerous, I thought, for manufacturers, and I removed them. One was a notification provision that all manufacturers that produce products with PFAS had to submit to the department. This was also difficult for the department. I also removed a uniform labeling requirement, which was onerous for manufacturers. I also communicated with several industry groups who were concerned especially about the impact on medical devices. I provided an exclusion for that. I also worked with Honeywell and other businesses to provide an exclusion for products that may include PFAS, but at a greatly reduced level that still were much less onerous than, for instance, refrigerants that are used at the time. So I can stop there. I want to just talk, though, a little bit about the manner in which the products that I have banned in this bill were selected. It was twofold. One was because I communicated a great deal with the waste processing folks, including waste management, and the items that bear the biggest load in landfills are bulky items like furniture and carpet and that sort of thing. So you'll see that represented in the list that I have here. Secondly, I have data that shows where people are the most exposed themselves to PFAS. That's cosmetics, that's food packaging, also carpet, and so there's that group, and feminine hygiene products. And then lastly, out of concern for our children, I've included juvenile products so that those will no longer have PFAS for children 12 and under. And I have PPE, which I've given you a letter from the professional firefighters. They are strong supporters of this bill. So just jumping ahead then to the fiscal note. First of all, it is, I'm sorry to say, wrong. Part of the way this bill will be administered may include the participation of the department in a clearinghouse the way they currently participate in a clearinghouse for mercury and for toxics in packaging, toxics that don't include PFAS, by the way. The numbers at the time were very high. They were incorrect. And I actually communicated directly with the executive director of the clearinghouse where a module would be developed to deal with PFAS for different states that have banned or will be banning products with PFAS in them. The numbers are far less, and now because I've removed the notification and the labeling provisions, they're much, much less. And I believe, I haven't looked behind me, yes, there he is. Director Wimsatt will corroborate the fact that a new fiscal note is going to have to be prepared in connection with this. So really, the costs in here relate to one employee to help administer the program, an employee that by the terms of the bill is limited to a 5-year position, and the Commerce Committee felt very strongly that rather, and I agree, rather than putting somebody into place for a very extended period of time, you want to make sure that the person who is there is doing the job for which they were hired. And so we have the 5-year proviso in there, so that's 5-year post-ban. The $250,000 number that is in there is really to get the program up and running and general administration costs. Right now, for a manufacturer to provide a certificate of compliance, if one is requested, there's no fee associated with it. There will be other education and administrative costs associated with this. So you have the Minnesota example. They're not unique. The other thing is that the state of New Hampshire itself is in the middle of a big lawsuit to try to get mitigation money back for costs that it has expended. And if you read the complaint, as I had, every reason you can imagine for banning PFAS in products is right there in the complaint. And as those of you on fiscal know, there's a 6-month report that has to be given to fiscal every year, which the most recent one I just read, which I think was from December, and itself says that when you test groundwater around the state, you will find PFAS at various levels. And if you want to look at a map on the DES website for testing for PFAS, I challenge you to find a place where they haven't found it, because it's like covered with dots. And then the very last thing I think is really important for this discussion, I gave you a chart. It's called State Action on PFAS. It's from December of 2023. And as you can see, all the states that have banned PFAS products in some way, and you can see the effective dates of the bans. And I was very careful in the selection of the products that I've included here, including looking at what the landfill operators are concerned about, including where our direct exposure is, to look at what other states have done. And the products that I've selected and the effective date, which I hope we can talk a little bit more about, all are corroborate or go along with this and also are beyond the effective dates of these products. California in particular has a lot to do with what's going on with cosmetics and with apparel, so that will be helpful. And then just in conclusion, the impact PFAS has had on this state, it's hard to imagine another state that hasn't been impacted the way this state has. I'm really proud to say that we've been a national leader on this. The next step is to ban some products that have PFAS associated with them. And for a time, what I think compared to the huge amount of money we're expending already and what we can look to in the future, what I have in this bill is small money, and I'm really, really hopeful that the Finance Committee will understand the voice vote and the passion and the necessity, the passion behind and the necessity for this bill. And with that, I'll take your questions.
Representative McGuire.
Thank you. Did Representative Moody have to leave? Just,
I mean, does she want to do first?
I was wondering if she might want to speak first, or no, you're okay? I mean, are you together, kind of, or? Oh, okay. All right. Well, I mean, because I'm going to get into lots of detail and maybe.
I mean, I'll be happy to have you by my side.
And again, just a reminder for our friends, we try to stick to the fiscal matters versus the policy,
Right.
since the policy's already been approved by the House.
Mr. Chair, I would say there are other people here that want to testify, and so I wouldn't want to occupy too much of their time.
Representative McGuire, you had a question.
All right. So I heard you say that you're primarily concerned with water and wastewater. But on page 4, lines 4 and 5, line 4, line 3, those two things are being exempt from characteristics of this bill.
Well, that makes sense, Mr. Representative McGuire, because let me explain to you how that happened. First of all, utilities are not the ones that are buying banned products that would be banned under this bill, but they're the ones that are having to work with it. And they're the ones that are going to have to upgrade their facilities to deal with PFAS. The reason that they're excluded was that the utilities were very concerned that for some reason, someone might think the sludge that they produce is a PFAS added product. And it's not a PFAS added product. So that's why we excluded it.
Further question?
Yeah, thank you. So, but your point is you're trying to keep stuff out of those systems, right?
Yeah, well, it won't be a uniform, believe me, it's not going to be 100% effective.
Okay. All right. So, however, your little chart here about PFAS concentrations says that landfill leachate is not a problem
No,
by
it says-
comparison to these other things.
What it says, Representative, is that is a chart of the exposure to human beings from landfill leachate, that's direct exposure. So not a lot of people have that much direct exposure to leachate. That chart has to do with things that we are applying to our bodies or consuming. And landfill leachate may eventually be something that might get into drinking water or something like that indirectly, but that's what that is.
Right, so my point is, wouldn't we be better off keeping it out of drinking water, keeping it out of food, as opposed to out of carpet or out of something else?
But that's the point. In order to keep it out of water and to keep it out of wastewater and to keep it out of our landfills, you have to stop using it at the source. And as I've already shown you, the remediation costs, the costs for drinking water and wastewater facilities, and the cost, frankly, for landfills to be processing these out is astronomical. And the way this bill is written, you know, there's really no particular, the people who have to pay attention to this are manufacturers. It's not like retailers and people like that in the state. You really, and in the meantime, I just want to say that if you don't ban the PFAS in these products, people are consuming them. The packaging is also getting thrown away. The carpets are getting thrown away, and then it goes to the wastewater treatment plant. So that's where I mean, I have two people here from Merrimack that can speak to this far better than I can, but they've spent unbelievable amounts of money there. And from a health standpoint, their people have been very severely impacted.
Okay, I appreciate that, but I don't think they've been impacted by products, right? They were impacted by some manufacturer of something or other, right?
I think that the larger impact on Merrimack is certainly St. Gobain, but you can't, that's the big impact, but you can't separate out what we're all consuming through the products that we're exposed to. And I don't want to speak for them, but I don't think they want their people exposed to any more PFAS, whether it's from St. Gobain or from the products they use. And I'm not sure that their taxpayers want to spend a lot more money on processing out the PFAS that they didn't ask for, because the drinking water in Merrimack is coming from the Merrimack River, isn't it? Largely. And so they're having to process it out to the trillionth. That's what the testing requirement is. And you have a letter from the person who's the head of the Merrimack Village District in support.
All right, let's,
Go ahead.
all right, so let somebody else. All right.
Representative Grassi.
I'm trying to understand this because, and based on some of the questions that were asked here, and you made a comment earlier that biosolids weren't the problem, but biosolids are the problem, because it's leachate from, or basically it's the waste that comes out of the water treatment plants that is the sludge that is treated. And when it's treated, most of the time it's treated for biologics. It's not treated for PFAS, so that it's and then it's considered safe to apply to land. And that's what happened in Maine, was that they applied these what we considered to be safe biosolids, but they were contaminated with PFAS. That comes from household waste. That comes from what goes down your sink. And that's part of the problem, if I'm correct, and correct me if I'm wrong here. And then the other part of the problem is products that are disposed of through your garbage, sofas, carpeting, and stuff like that, that goes to wastewater, that goes to landfills, is subjected to the environment. It's then the water gets there, the PFAS leaches out of that. It goes into their leachate. Much of that ends up going over to a water treatment plant as well. But some of it also may, in some instances, get into groundwater. But the thing is that wastewater treatment plants are not able to really take care of all of this stuff. If what we need to do is you're saying we need to stop it at the source so that it doesn't get into the landfill and it doesn't go down the drain of your sink. And that's how we stop the PFAS. And, you're not going to stop it all, but what we're looking at is reducing the amount of PFAS. I mean, there are other ways of PFAS getting into the environment, such as through smokestacks that you folks have dealt with in Merrimack. But the thing is that it's basically materials that we have every day in our kitchens, in our living rooms, in our clothing, that's getting into the water, into wastewater, and getting into our garbage streams that are creating this. And by eliminating that, that's going to help reduce our problem.
I mean, that is definitely the idea. I mean, we can talk about the biosolid, but there's a lot of misunderstanding about sludge versus biosolid. Biosolid is processed sludge, and biosolids in New Hampshire is now being tested for certain PFAS. But I mean, you're absolutely right. What is going into the landfills at this point is either refuse from consumer products, or sludge that's going back into it. I mean, hundreds of millions of gallons of landfill leachate is being processed through these wastewater treatment plants. And it's coming from us and the products that we use. And we can't stop any of this if we don't stop using products with PFAS added. I have one more point. We just need to understand this bill applies to intentionally added PFAS, not PFAS that happens to be there through process. It's intentionally added.
Further question, Representative Grassi? You have a finance. So I understand there's a new fiscal note coming, is that correct?
No, we haven't. I think.
No, it's wrong. So that's why the director really, but these other people, I should get out of here and let these other people talk. One question.
I don't know.
To me?
Well, there's, it says, at least on the original fiscal note, that the Department of Environmental Services states it is unable to accurately calculate the complete financial impact of this bill. So the new fiscal note will completely and accurately show the impact of this bill? Are there any, before we have you, Mike, are there any more questions for Representative Ebel or?
I mean, these guys should be.
Oh, I'm sorry, Representative Sweeney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for introducing the bill. I'm just curious the enforcement mechanism, because it seems like we're investing in this clearinghouse to prevent it from coming in the first place. But if somebody has been found to intentionally add PFAS to their product, what is the fine that we should be levying?
I'm going to let the director speak more to this, but the process is that the department can request a certificate of compliance, and then there's a series of enforcement mechanisms already in our statutes that they can follow to enforce the bill.
Thank you.
Kind of a follow-up to Representative Sweeney. What is a substitute for PFAS? It appears that everybody's using it, from whether it's utensils to rugs to whatever. What's the substitute?
I mean, I think they're figuring it out, and I think I appreciate the question because that's an important point. There's this concept floating around out there about if PFAS is essential in some way. I just want to say again that the products that are selected in here, there's no essential need for PFAS in them. It's not like it's a heart valve replacement or something like that. I mean, if I don't happen to wear a foundation, but if I did and it ran in the rain, I really wouldn't care.
Thank you for that example. Mike Wimsett. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
We could go in that order if you like.
No, go ahead, Maureen.
Okay, I just wanted to briefly.
Mooney, sure.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and colleagues on the committee. So for the record, I'm Representative Maureen Mooney. I represent the town of Merrimack, Hillsborough County, District 12. I support House Bill 1649. I'm a co-sponsor to House Bill 1649. Now, I fully understand that some bill sponsors will have to be told no by House Finance outside of a budget year. If not, then collectively the bills referred to us would amount to about $2 billion above budget. However, this bill is in a must-pass category. as a representative of a community directly affected by what is now the biggest, most dramatic environmental disaster in the state's history. This bill is a necessity to stopping PFAS. I've been involved, like my colleague, also from Merrimack, in now what is accumulated to hours of discussions and meetings on the subject of PFAS, both its environmental effects and health effects. Repeatedly, the only way to stop it is to prohibit or ban it. That's my understanding. That's it. And this bill is the vehicle. Having received the latest surplus just yesterday, this bill is affordable, necessary, and good for New Hampshire. On the matter of health effects, I would just remind the committee that in our budget passed unanimously last year, we asked for the Phase 3 feasibility health study in Merrimack. Only twice in 10 years has a Phase 3 of a health study been requested because of the severity of the health effects on the community. So with that, I would ask that you vote ought to pass House Bill 1649. Thank you all.
Thank you. Would you accept any questions if there are any?
Certainly.
Representative Griffin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. What is the process? Where does that study stand at this point? Do we have any conclusions yet?
DHHS is here, and we're fortunate enough to have the prime sponsor of the study here as well with regards to, they're probably the best to describe it, but it's moving based on the PFAS commission I serve on. And Representative Murphy, do you want to add to that?
Thank you. Nancy Murphy, Town of Merrimack. I know DHHS is here, but that approval for that funding was signed by a governor and council, and the project is just in its very early stages. Dartmouth College is working with DHHS. Dr. Megan Romano is leading that study, and right now I know they're in the process of putting together community groups for communication between Dartmouth and DHHS and the Merrimack community. So, excuse me, we're at the very beginning. But I think that maybe DHHS can also clarify. There's a limited time. I think it's 2 years, maybe that 2 years. Yes, that they have to complete. So, a lot of work to do in a short amount of time, and I think they're just figuring out exactly how the study is going to work. But finally, the funding was the big piece, and once that was received, the contract was able to be signed, and it is now in process.
Further questions, Representative Griffin?
Is there an end date where you expect to report?
I would defer to DHHS.
Good afternoon, members of the committee. My name is Michelle Roberge. I'm the Bureau Chief for Public Health Protection within the Division of Public Health Services with the Department of Health and Human Services. To answer your question relative to the contract, yes, the contract is in place for 2 years, and it goes through June 30th, I believe, of 2025. And that is the expectation, is to have the feasibility study completed within that time period.
Any further questions for Representative? Yes, Representative Weiler.
As far as we know, is this the first human study? All the other studies of PFAS effects have been animals?
Yeah, no, I really can't speak to the breadth of the studies, but certainly for New Hampshire, this is the first feasibility study that we're looking at with respect to that.
I haven't seen anything in the literature that refers to human studies.
I would say that this PFAS have been well studied, PFOA in particular, PFOA, and that's the prime chemical that we're dealing with in Merrimack. Although there are many, there are hundreds of PFAS chemicals that are impacting Merrimack. There are over 10,000, I think probably 15,000 PFAS identified. But in order for these chemicals to receive the determinations to be made around maximum contaminant levels, what is safe for human exposure, in a greater amount of research and data has to be collected. And that we've often heard people say, well, you have no proof that it causes whatever, a community may be raising as a health issue. And fairly recently, PFOA has been determined to cause cancer. So based on research, we do have the data that's backing up the concerns that community members are voicing in environmentally impacted areas.
This was human studies.
Yes, I believe, yes.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Any further questions for Representative Mooney or Murphy, or the kind lady from the Department of Health and Human Services? Seeing none, thanks. Representative Mooney, you have something else to add?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate it. I know Representative Murphy has a statement to read. I think it's important the division hear it.
Oh, absolutely.
Thank you again. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and honorable members of the committee. I'm Nancy Murphy, representing the town of Merrimack, which is Hillsborough 12. Today, I'm here in support of HB 1649 as a co-sponsor and a representative for the town of Merrimack, which is the site of the largest environmental industrial disaster in New Hampshire's history. 10 years ago, New Hampshire had taken no action to address the use of PFAS in our state. The Live Free or Die state had few environmental regulations that would have protected our citizens, which made it appealing, easy, and very profitable for polluters to take up residence here. And so they did. They pretended to be good corporate neighbors while filling our air, water, and soil, and us, with toxic chemicals. We weren't, and still are not, adequately protected. Some of us will be paying the consequences of this contamination for the rest of our lives. Though citizens don't have the power to stop our exposure, the New Hampshire General Court has the ability in the past, but not the will. Thankfully, some of that's changed. The vast majority of New Hampshire citizens had never heard of PFAS, man-made toxic chemicals that have such concerning bioaccumulation and biodegradation properties. It wasn't until 2016, with the discovery of the PFAS contamination of Merrimack's and surrounding communities in southern New Hampshire, their drinking water, that a small group of informed citizens recognized the enormity of the mess that we were in and publicly sounded the alarm. Since that time, we're in a very different place, and many more people are educated and informed about why we need to be so concerned about these harmful chemicals. Merrimack and surrounding communities found themselves in the midst of a public health and environmental crisis that citizens neither created nor were able to end on our own. Doing nothing was not a solution, and so after election to the House, citizen advocates turned legislators began beating the drum about the necessity for these public health and environmental protections from PFAS. That's what HB 1649 is. That effort, you can see, continues today. Since that time, and through a variety of efforts, thankfully, New Hampshire has become far more informed about PFAS and the harms associated. However, that knowledge has no value unless we use it for good. Citizens are paying for remediation of public and private wells, the cost of in-home filtration to ensure that our families have safe drinking water, and the cost of health care to address negative health impacts known to be linked, or in the case of PFOA, actually caused by PFAS. This causal connection was recently scientifically proven and confirms one of our greatest fears. PFAS causes cancer and is linked to many other negative health outcomes. Merrimack kidney cancer rates, one of the cancers known to be associated with PFAS exposure, has been rising and currently is 42% higher than other similar communities. The $500,000 phase 3 kidney cancer feasibility study is currently under contract with Dartmouth and is being used to investigate this finding. If we care about the health and that of our families and our neighbors, we must stop our exposure. HB 1649 is all about stopping our exposure. Ongoing exposure is particularly concerning and detrimental to those of us living in PFAS-contaminated communities like those in southern New Hampshire and on the seacoast. One of the questions I think raised earlier was, well, yes, our exposure in Merrimack has been primarily through drinking water, but given the exposure we've already had, we don't need any additional exposure. And it's not just our town, it's as Representative Ebel said, anywhere in New Hampshire, most people, we're just aware of it, and many people with high exposure are not. Beyond the dangers of PFAS, the most important thing we've learned is that the only way to truly protect public health and the environment from PFAS harms is to stop the source. And that is why I'm here to testify today. HB 1649 is the next step New Hampshire needs to take. The bill aims to stop the source of PFAS contamination in goods that negatively impact the environment and public health and burden all of us due to the cost to manage them in the waste management area, remediation, and impacts to public health. The number one solution to the PFAS mess we're in is to stop the source. HB 1649 will go a long way in addressing that. Without source reduction, this nightmare will never end. I ask that you please support this important legislation. Thank you.
Can we have a copy of your testimony?
Oh, I can send it. This one you don't want.
All right,
Sure.
thank you.
Send it to me, please.
I will. Sure. Thank you.
Are there any further questions for Representative Mooney or Murphy? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Maybe we could get Mike Wimsett from the Department of Environmental Services up here. And again, just a reminder, Mike, if we could focus on the fiscal impact,
Absolutely.
since the House has made it pretty clear of their support.
Sure. First of all, for the record, my name is Mike Wimsett. I serve as Director of the Waste Management Division for the New Hampshire Department of Environmental Services. And I want to do a mea culpa here. We did receive a request from the Legislative Budget Assistant to do a revised fiscal impact worksheet for this bill, and we muffed it. We didn't do it quite right. We looked at it and really kind of didn't add any changes. The reality is that with the amendments that have been made to the bill, particularly with respect to removing the notification requirements in the bill and the labeling requirements, that does have a substantial fiscal impact it changes substantially the fiscal impact of the bill. When we first looked at this bill with the notification requirements, we anticipated that in order to effectively implement those, we would need to join a national clearinghouse, probably through the International Chemicals Clearinghouse, and actually pay to have the programming done to develop a New Hampshire specific module to that clearinghouse database. And that was probably going to be on the order of a couple $100,000 or perhaps more. And it wasn't really clear how much it would be because there isn't a lot of, it's hard, if you've ever tried to get quotes for programming, they always seem to end up higher than where you start. So that's one of the reasons we said that it was really difficult for us to develop an actual cost of this. Now that this bill has been amended to remove the notification labeling requirements, we believe it's substantially easier to essentially estimate what it would mean for the agency to implement the bill. So as it's been amended, we believe that we would still need a position to work that up, to develop a program and be able to administer it. We probably would join the clearinghouse, but we understand that's less than $10,000 a year for dues. We don't believe we would need to have a state-specific module programmed for the agency. And as a result, we think that, probably that would put us in a position to administer the bill through that position, which of course makes it much easier for us to estimate what it might cost on an annual basis. I'm happy to take any questions if there are any.
Do you believe you'll have that information over to Mr. Hoffman so we can get it to?
We will absolutely do that. And again, I apologize to the committee. We messed this one up, and we should have had this right before today's hearing.
Representative McGuire, followed by Representative Ebel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So we have something here that says that dust has 500,000 parts per trillion of PFAS. If we were to spend this money and the bill were to become law, what fraction of the PFAS we're exposed to would decline? Are we cutting out half of it?
Sure.
A % of it?
Well, it's going to be really hard for me to quantify that, but I can talk about it in a qualified manner. We've been working in earnest on this ever since we discovered the problem in southern New Hampshire in 2016. And by 2017, if you go back to the department's testimony in a number of bills that have come before this body since then, I believe we said, and I personally testified before a number of committees, that we weren't going to solve this PFAS problem unless we substantially remove PFAS from general commerce. And the reason for that is that what we learned, we were on a steep learning curve when we first discovered this, but what we learned is that, and I guess maybe the best example that goes to your question is that just a few years ago, a 16-ounce bottle of Resolve carpet cleaner was essentially 100% PFOA. And if you're at all good at math and you know that we regulate PFOA at 12 parts per trillion in groundwater, you can imagine what one bottle of that ends up in the wrong place can do. In practice, what happens is that, carpets are already treated with PFAS compounds when they're manufactured. We know that. That's what DuPont Stainmaster and those other stain-resistant treatments are. And then when you clean your carpet, you use Resolve carpet cleaner or a spot remover. And that ends up, the exposure from that is substantial. You've got babies crawling on carpets. You've got dust that's created, as you asked about, from a carpet. It gets airborne. When you vacuum, it just gets, unless you have a HEPA vac, it gets blown out one end of the vacuum cleaner, and everyone in your house is breathing it. It gets on your food and you ingest it. Hamburger wrappers are another common place that these are used. And so all that taken together results in substantial exposures directly to humans, but also ends up, as it's been discussed, going into our wastewater and articles that go to our landfill. And then the sort of PFAS circle happens with leachate then going to the wastewater plant. And the PFAS essentially not really treated, but being partitioned between the sludge and the discharge which in most cases is to one of our New Hampshire rivers. So when we developed, when our toxicologists worked on developing a drinking water standard for PFAS, it's important to understand what went into that calculation. There was an estimate that if you look at the total burden of PFAS on the average human person, only about 20% of it would come from drinking water. So they use that to calculate the standard. But what that means is 80% comes from other sources. And those other sources are things like dust and hamburger wrappers and popcorn bags and all the list goes on and on. And so, again, we determined, and it became very clear to us that while we're working in earnest, our main mission is we try to make sure people have clean, safe drinking water. If you just tried to distill DES's purpose to one thing, and it's not the only thing, but drinking water is a huge part of what we do. That's what we've really been focused on. But as we learn more and more about these compounds, we realize that the exposure is much, much broader than that. And that's what I think this bill is trying to address.
Did I hear you say that this carpet cleaner is no longer sold?
I believe it's still sold. I am hopeful that it has been reformulated. I will tell you that there are still these compounds on the market. I learned to my chagrin. I have a particular kind of tile in my kitchen that you can buy a very widely available finish for that tile at Home Depot. And my wife was using it just a couple years ago, and I looked at the bottle, and lo and behold, I realized that it contains substantial amounts of PFAS. So it's still out there. It's still being marketed.
Yeah. So,
I just got to make sure nobody else has a question.
all right.
Anyone else have a question? Representative Grassi.
Has anyone taken it to do an analysis? I know we're looking at the cost of what this is going to cost us to enact this bill. Has anyone taken into account the cost if we don't do this bill upon wastewater treatment plants, local communities, healthcare costs at the state for cleanups, and impacts on businesses as well that are going to be held responsible? Has anybody looked at hundreds of millions to billions, I would think?
It's a huge, complex calculation. I will tell you, just to put in easy terms, EPA has got proposed drinking water standards for PFAS, including PFOA, that are even lower than the ones that we currently enforce. And we commented on that because we were mainly concerned that their estimate of the economic impact of that was vastly understated, because at the time that they first proposed it, they suggested that it would cost about $700 million nationally to implement. And I'm sorry to say that when we looked at what we knew about our drinking water systems, what it costs to treat them to meet that standard, and how many of them would need to do that, we came up with almost $700 million in New Hampshire. So,
Representative Ebel.
Hi, just a couple of questions, just following up on what Representative Grassi said. Isn't there discussion also at the EPA on having testing standards for PFAS for surface water release from wastewater treatment plants?
Yes, that's being looked at by the agency, and that is likely to have a substantial impact. If you look at, most of the major towns and cities in New Hampshire have a wastewater plant, and almost all of them discharge directly to, their treated effluent discharges directly to one of our New Hampshire rivers. And to the extent that, depending on where those standards land, and particularly for those facilities that are located within 20 miles upstream of an intake for a drinking water system, and there are many because we do have intakes along the Merrimack River in particular, they would very likely need to treat their effluent to meet that standard in order to be in compliance, and that will be very substantial in terms of cost.
Do you think it's at
Yes.
least $700 million?
Did you say million or billion?
Well, yeah, I
Million.
mean,
Yeah.
it's,
Well, right. I mean, I think that if you start to do the math on this, depending where this lands, it's going to represent a very substantial cost.
I just have one more. On the fiscal note, I have the amount in the bill for the employee, which again is capped at 5 years, there's also $250,000. That amount you had previously estimated would be used entirely for the clearinghouse, and now the clearing, and it didn't leave any additional money for just administrative costs. So, I assume that you still will have administrative costs associated with this program that would be ongoing as you develop it. And I assume that money could still be used by the department.
That would be our hope and our understanding, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Weiler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Wimsett, is a lot of this stuff used in the dry cleaning business? Do they have any PFAs?
Yeah, it's our understanding that not so much, the typical dry cleaning fluid is perchloroethylene, which doesn't necessarily contain PFAS. But to the extent that you might have a spot treated, or you might have your article of clothing cleaned, and then you might ask them to put a stain resistant, material on it, it very likely would be a PFAS compound.
Mind if I ask one more question, please?
Sure. I do have a quick question, Mike. So the origin of PFAS, is this a petroleum-based, or where does it come from?
So PFAS were actually, they're man-made compounds. They don't occur in nature. They're synthetic compounds that were developed in the late 1940s. And they, almost everything, they're organic compounds, so I wouldn't be surprised if petroleum products are used in their manufacture, but they're not by their nature petroleum. They're not contained in crude oil that you take out of the ground. They are actually synthesized and manufactured at a chemical plant.
Representative Ebel, followed by Representative McGuire.
Can you estimate roughly what the state of New Hampshire has already expended for PFAS remediation? And do you have any idea, even going ahead, what you would estimate?
I guess to frame the question, when you say the state of New Hampshire, you mean the state government? Or,
Right.
Yeah, so certainly, I think you mentioned earlier in your testimony, Representative Ebel, over $100 million. And that's certainly true. If you look at the money that's been appropriated by this body and the monies that we've used from other sources to address this, we're definitely in excess of $100 million, no question about it. I think moving forward, we will indeed, continue to incur costs. We still spend a tremendous amount of man hours on this compound, on these contaminants. But I think that almost is not the story. The real story is what our local communities are going to be spending, and in the public and private sector on a smaller scale, because of the need to treat so many community and public water systems, and then potentially moving forward our wastewater systems. That's where the real big dollars are going to start to add up very, very quickly.
Representative McGuire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. How many products are regulated by this bill?
I don't know the answer to that. I suspect it's a substantial number of products. If you look at, the categories there are, I'm sure, thousands of products that would be banned from having PFAS added to them.
And how would you proceed? Do you test these products? Are you going to start massive testing and find out this one has PFAS and therefore it's gone, or what?
So I think that's a great question. So obviously this whole movement towards banning PFAS in products is happening both regionally and nationally. So I think that, you know, large manufacturers that are marketing their products across the country or across the region are going to be looking to solve this. And I think what I would envision, one of the concerns we had, frankly, was when the notification requirements were in there. We didn't know how we were going to process all those notifications because there's so many products, and we weren't really convinced that that was going to be all that valuable in terms of, you know, for the time that we would spend and the money we would spend to collect that information. We weren't convinced it was really going to help very much. So what we would much rather do is, you know, working with, and that's why I said we would very likely join the clearinghouse so that we would be getting access to information that's being provided across different states and across the country, and then use that information to identify where we need to focus compliance monitoring efforts to make sure, you know, so if we learn that what's being experienced in various states that are implementing these laws is that a particular product line is a violator, then we could go to that and say, okay, can you give us a certification? And if they certify to us and show us that they're compliant, that's the end of the story. If they're not able to do that, we might well go out and sample the product, test it, and then take appropriate compliance assurance and enforcement actions.
Do you really think this certification thing is necessary? Because if I were somebody breaking the law, say in China, I'm in China or something, wouldn't I just send the letter and now you're off my back for another couple of years? Or
Well, that
something,
would
you know?
assume that we always believe everything everyone tells us, and we never do. So if we got a certification, but we still had reason to believe that there was non-compliance, then we'd still sample and evaluate. But in many cases, you know, it's a matter of timing. Maybe somebody isn't compliant, but then they fix their problem and they're able to demonstrate real evidence that they've managed to get the PFAS out of their product. Then we don't need to waste anybody's time. But to the extent we weren't confident about that, that's where we would focus our compliance monitoring efforts.
Right. So I brought a product here. It's called Thunder Shield Silicon Water Repellent. It says no CFCs, but it doesn't say anything about no PFAS. How would you know, looking at this, I mean, I have no way of knowing. Is there PFAS in here?
I don't know for sure. I mean, I would look at the ingredients first. I mean, it's easy.
These kind of things don't have a list of ingredients.
Right.
It's not food, so.
Sure, no, but we often are able to obtain safety data sheets from these compounds that you don't get one when you buy it at the store, but they exist. When these chemical products all have to have a safety data sheet associated with them, and you can go to the manufacturer and get a copy of that. And it's not always completely informative, but you know, we have a lot of staff that have been working for years regulating hazardous waste and hazardous waste facilities. So we have a lot of experience running to ground what a particular product might have. And then when we're not certain, the best way is always to obtain a sample and test it yourself.
Yeah, I'm just worried that the amount of money here isn't anything like what would be necessary to systematically make sure that all such products, I mean, there's hundreds of thousands of products on this list, in my opinion, right? So are you sure that this will do the job, this little bit of money here?
I'm not suggesting.
Let me add something,
Sure.
okay? We have another bill today, right, which proposes to regulate 15 stores that are selling one product made by 6 manufacturers or something like that.
Right.
And the agency asks us for $8 million a year.
Right.
Okay? You're asking us for $250,000 a year for hundreds of thousands of products, it seems to me, right? It doesn't compute here.
Well, I'm not suggesting for a moment that we'll ever be able to say, yeah, all these products are PFAS free. That's not what we can ever say about a compliance monitoring program. We have, you know, on a much smaller scale, we have several thousand small quantity generators of hazardous waste. We visit a very small number of those every year. But what we do is we do outreach and education, we do training, and then through that compliance monitoring, when we find a problem, we take appropriate enforcement and we basically make an example. And that's one of the ways you kind of look bigger than you really are by targeting the work, you know, sharing information with our neighboring states and states across the country that are going to have a lot of information. and then you're really targeting our efforts. So it's a drop in the bucket compared to the total universe of products, no question. But that's nobody, I would never want to come to this body and ask you for the amount of money it would take to sample and monitor every product. That would be absurd, and it wouldn't be a good use of anybody's money. So I think that what we do whenever, setting this bill aside, whenever when we're asked to do something and evaluate a particular sector of our commerce and evaluate its compliance with an environmental requirement, we're always trying to devise a cost-effective way to monitor it and get an understanding of what's happening, and then learn to focus in kind of like a laser on the areas where there's likely to be non-compliance. And that's the way we would address this. And I don't suggest for a moment that it'll be 100% compliance, but it'll be good. It'll be effective.
So Representative McGuire raises an interesting point. I think you mentioned earlier, you're going to see a reduction in the fiscal note because you're taking some things back.
Right.
So you're taking things back that may make this a better bill if they were on the bill and would require the initial funding that you requested, or?
No, I think all I'm suggesting is that you had asked earlier, I believe, Mr. Chairman, about our statement that it was very difficult to estimate the actual fiscal impact. And what I'm suggesting is the way the bill's been amended, it's easier to do that now because primarily the notification requirement being removed, we no longer need to administer that, and that was going to be a substantial cost to administer. And we didn't think it was that helpful because, number one, it only applied for 2 years. The way the bill was originally structured, the notifications were required for companies to notify that they were marketing a product in New Hampshire that was going to be subject to the ban in a subsequent year. And so we were going to invest a whole lot of energy and money into a module with a clearinghouse, try to collect that information. And then 2 years later, those notifications would stop coming in. And we just didn't see, first of all, it was really hard for us to estimate what it would cost to administer that. And we didn't really see that it was going to add that much value.
Representative Ewell, thank you.
Thank you. I mean, this being a work session, I hope it's all right if I make a comment. There's two things, and Mr. Wimsatt can confirm this. The EPA in May of 2025 has put into place a reporting requirement, correct?
That's
for
correct.
all products that are being sold with PFAS.
That's right.
So that reporting database will already be available to the state if they want to check anything. The other thing that we're missing here in this discussion, and I just want to remind everyone, we are not first in time on any of these products. All these products are already being banned by upwards of, or most of them are being banned by upwards of 14 states that are, and so manufacturers are already complying or starting to comply with the bans that have been put in place by these other states. We're just taking a step here and I think if we don't hear I'm going to say this, cry of the people to stop having PFAS in our products for $200,000 or $300,000 to put this ban into place, I think we're totally missing the boat. And I'm sorry that's not a question, but is it not correct that we are not first in time? And also, we have done this already with mercury and toxics in packaging.
Yes, on both counts, that's correct.
Are there any further questions for Mr. Wimsatt? Seeing none, thanks, Michael.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Do have a card, Michael Strand from Bedford, representing the town of Bedford.
Is he here? I don't think he's here, but Waste Management is here and they'd like to speak.
Would you please come forward and fill out a card for us? And
I'll be quick. I know you're running up against time. Thank you. Just very quickly, I will summarize just a few points that I had. As it was mentioned, my name is Garrett Trierweiler. I'm Director of Public Affairs for Waste Management. We own and operate the landfill in Rochester. Landfills, as has been noted, are passive receivers of PFAS. We don't produce, we don't generate, we don't utilize it in our operations, but we do manage it through the course of running our landfill. I'll just go right to it was mentioned, fiscal impacts.
Turnkey facility does have a leachate treatment plant. Recently invested $3.5 million in that process. To maintain that every month is another $50,000 cost to the facility, which is borne by the businesses and residents who utilize the facility. So managing these materials is extremely expensive. And without beginning the process of starting to remove them from the environment, those costs will probably only increase as time goes by. That does not include, facility maintenance and future expansions and whatnot. So again, I just wanted to be really quick. As also was mentioned, other states are dealing with this. We are supporting other states to do that. And as more do that, I think the manufacturers will start to change the way they make their products. So happy to answer any questions. And again, thank you for allowing me the time to speak.
Thank you. Are there any questions?
I have one. Are you not a member of the National Waste and Recycling Association group?
Yes.
And are there not members of that group from around the state of New Hampshire that association is speaking for that also support this bill?
Yes, the industry, as you mentioned, did submit testimony at the other committee hearing, and the industry is supportive of these types of bills, not just here, but throughout the country. Absolutely, yes.
And that would include Casella and Wheelabrator and a variety of other companies that operate
They're
in this
members
state.
of NWRA, correct?
Thank you.
Of course.
Seeing no further questions, thank you. Michael Strand, representing the town of Bedford. And it's asked for 2 minutes. We'll have to hold you to that.
Are we on? There we are. I'll learn how to use these someday. So my name is Michael Strand. I'm a town councilor in the town of Bedford. Here to speak both on behalf of the interests of the town and taxpayers, but also have some additional comments that are my own. So I'll try to clarify the difference when we get there. Most fundamentally, I think this bill long-term will protect municipalities from legal liability and exposure. We are in a current environment, no pun intended, where when long-term indirect exposure happens, towns are on the hook and often uninsured. So we are facing a very dangerous situation right now, both short-term and long-term, and this is statewide, many towns, where if found liable for PFAS exposure that we either didn't know about or didn't cause, you'd be in a situation where local budgets can't handle that type of cost. You would directly impact property taxes. The other part of it, I think, is protecting the people in the towns. And I know that there's often a sentiment to protect business in New Hampshire, and that's not a bad thing. But at what cost? So I would offer that open question to the committee. Another issue that I have, having spent the last 2 years on the State PFAS Commission, is I find it pretty unacceptable that the only way we can do remediation, which obviously water in this case, is through state-funded or federally funded remediation mechanisms. And so I would remind the committee when we talk about cost that, when we use taxpayer dollars, whether they're federal taxpayer dollars that we all pay or state, taxpayer dollars, largely funded through property tax, rooms and meals, et cetera. We're using taxpayer dollars to clean up environmental contamination. This is tantamount to subsidizing our own corporate chemical polluters. And there may not be an immediate answer, but this bill does something to remove this substance from the environment. And that is noteworthy and it is worthwhile, and I would urge you to pass it. And I'll shift now, to a couple quick personal opinions and get out of your hair. But, I would urge you to consider long-term costs versus short-term thinking. I have noted on more than one occasion, we struggle with that in New Hampshire sometimes. And it doesn't make any sense to leave our kids with the bill. or future taxpayers with the bill because we wanted to, be friendly to large companies whom often are shipping their profits out of state, sometimes out of country. So I would urge you to put people in public health in our local towns over, again, often out of state, national or multinational corporate profits. We have to remove this from the environment. Every day that we stall in doing so will continuate the same issues that we are paying for hand over fist. And, if you believe in free market capitalism, which I most certainly do, it's not the job of government to protect big business. It's just not. Let the free market adjust. We'll be fine. Thanks.
Thank you. Seeing no further questions, or anyone else like to speak? Seeing none, the pleasure of the division. Again, a reminder, we are waiting for a new fiscal note.
It has PFAS in it.
Is that your?
Yeah. That'll do it.
Representative Ebel, you had a question? Your mic.
No, I mean, I obviously am very interested in getting this bill passed, but if it would be helpful to the committee in thinking more favorably toward it, I would certainly be willing and happy to wait for the updated fiscal note.
Representative McGuire.
Thank you. I know that Representative Mooney will not be in committee on the 19th, so there's no harm. I think she would like to vote in favor of this bill, and so therefore I don't think we should exec it next week in the full committee, and therefore we don't necessarily have to exec it today.
And I'm sorry, I was just going to say, in fairness to the committee, I want you to also know that Representative Mooney, me, and Representative Leishman have an amendment that we were going to bring to move up the effective date from July 1st, 2028 to January 1st of 2027. And Mr. Hoffman can distribute that. And I just want to say I've done a lot of work on this. Obviously, if any of you have any questions, I hope you will ask me. I think just from the people that have been here today, you see the strength of the feeling here. And this is about half of what we saw before the Commerce Committee, which went through the policy in a very detailed way. And we're just looking at the fiscal effect.
Okay, we'll take this item up next Wednesday. The time will be in the calendar that comes out on Friday. Representative Ebel asked for a minute to mop up her PFAS.
Thank you. Yeah.
1666, relative to income reporting requirements for lobbyists. This came out of the Legislative Administration Committee, ought to pass 14-0. There was a voice vote on the House floor, and that was on the 15th of February. So is there someone that would like to quickly speak to the bill? Seeing none, catch up real quick here. Any Representative Sweeney, a comment or a question? Representative Griffin.
I think, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Chairman, but didn't fiscal deal with a bill from the federal government that was $1 million some odd dollars for an identical program?
No, we're talking about 1666.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's the next one.
No, I'm ahead of you.
You're one ahead.
No problem.
So, Mr. Chairman, let me ask LBA. I believe that the House amendment removed all the spending. Is that correct?
No, there's actually a revised fiscal note in front of you, but I'm also,
okay.
or a revised fiscal note for the amendment. I'm also going to do another one. I just got some additional information from Secretary of State. So the new cost would be a one-time cost in fiscal year 2026 for $50,000 to $150,000 for some programming costs.
That's a fiscal note that Aaron brought in. There was a correction to it.
She just sent me some additional information.
Okay. So we need a new fiscal note. Any other issues?
Nope, that's it.
Does the division wish to wait until the revised fiscal note or act on the bill now? So we will wait for the revised fiscal note. Melissa, so we'll just let Janet know this will be on for next week as well. Thank you. So next we have 1678, establishing a New Hampshire Farm to School Local Food Incentive Pilot Program. This came out of Education 7-3, ought to pass as amended. And there was a voice vote on the 15th of February supporting it. Would someone like to speak to 1678?
I just saw Representative Simpson.
Yeah. Would you like to speak to your bill? After you're finished testifying, if you could fill out a pink card, and but you're welcome to fill it out after.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you all. I just ran down from voting in executive session, so my timing was better than I expected. My name is Representative Alexis Simpson, and for the record, I represent Exeter, Newmarket, Newfields, and Stratham. I appreciate your taking the time to hear from me today. I'm going to just give you some background on the bill, and then there are a couple of folks here, one who administers the Farm to School program, and one who is a food service director who's been working in farm to school procurement for years. So, good afternoon. And this bill represents many years of dedicated time and energy from stakeholders across the state, those in agriculture and the food sectors, those in school nutrition programs, and those community members who are part of the social infrastructure that helps the local food economy thrive. Last year, we submitted a bill requesting state investment in a farm-to-school program that school districts across the state would be able to access. After feedback and conversations with the Department of Agriculture, we have come back this year to ask first for the development of a pilot program to help assess the feasibility of a local food incentive program before attempting a program that would allow access to all school districts statewide. New Hampshire's Farm to School program operates in some schools across the state, where local food nourishes children, supports local farmers, and strengthens the resiliency of our supply chain in some communities. However, there are currently schools across the state who would like to get involved in the Farm to School program who need encouragement fiscally and operationally. The pilot program would allow one school district in each of our 10 counties to participate. Schools across the state can apply to the Department of Agriculture, who will put together a committee and criteria to choose schools to participate in the pilot program. And then the department will also gather data from the pilot program in order to discern if and how best to go about a farm to school incentive program that would be accessible to all schools across the state. A couple of months ago, the United States Secretary of Agriculture, Tom Vilsack, spoke here in New Hampshire, and he described the many ways that we can support farming and rural communities in New Hampshire. One of the ways we can do this is by investing in our local food systems. Investment in the farm to school programs is an investment in our local economies. Investing in our local food systems, especially our rural economies, makes a big difference in the economic viability of small and medium-sized farms as well. This investment will support our kids, our schools, and our farmers. And not only can we help our economy locally, but we can also improve the health and well-being of our children and the resiliency of the local food system. So my hope is that we can start this pilot program and strengthen New Hampshire's agricultural sector as well as our food security in New Hampshire. And again, there are folks here who will be able to answer technical questions about the program behind me as well.
Well, thank you. Would you take any questions?
Yes, I will do my best.
Are there any questions? Representative McGuire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You said that this will improve health of school children. In what way?
Sure. So probably Jean Pierce, who's behind me, a food service professional, school nutrition professional, probably has a better answer to that than I do. But food that does not have to travel as far does not lose its nutrients as quickly. So the longer food is out of the ground or off the vine, the more nutrients it loses by the time it gets to your plate. So if you can get food grown closer to home, it maintains more of its nutrition. Yeah.
Representative Griffin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question.
Sure.
I seem to remember in fiscal some time ago, dealing with a government grant that was basically for the same program. Are you aware of that?
Yes, I sure am. I think we're talking about the stakeholders refer to as the cooperative agreement. And there was $500,000 that we were able to get from the federal government after we tried to get the local farm to school program last time. Then some folks in the nonprofit sector worked very hard to turn around a grant application real quickly, and we got that $500,000 grant for specific schools. Mostly, I think maybe entirely schools that have a certain percentage of folks in the free and reduced lunch program. But that program is a very short program, and then that goes away. My understanding is whether or not we spend all the money, although hopefully the schools will be able to. But interestingly enough, because we got that cooperative agreement and the Department of Agriculture is already administering that, then they felt comfortable taking on a pilot program that would help schools a pilot in every county so that they could. The timing works out such that the cooperative agreement ends and then the pilot program would begin, and they would hopefully, the department would be able to use some of their knowledge, having worked out some kinks in the cooperative agreement, in order to go forward with the pilot program with ease.
Thank
Does that to clarify?
Thank you.
Yeah.
So the Department of Agriculture, they're supportive of your.
Yes, they are.
Representative Cambrels.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Would you happen to know what percentage of that 500,000 went to actually buying the agricultural products for the kids as opposed to administrative costs?
I do not. I am not that deep in the weeds of the cooperative agreement.
100%. There is no money allowed for.
Sorry,
Why
ma'am,
don't-
if you could
when-
just come up and use the mic, please.
we might be getting into the questions that are Stacy Perlow is the administrator for the Farm to School program. I was going to say that, but I didn't want to jump ahead of us. Yeah, 100% of that money went to food.
Are there any further questions? All right, I guess you're both off the hook.
Would you like to hear from, would that be helpful to hear from the Farm to School administrator?
Well, we try to just focus on financial matters, and we're running a little behind schedule in a sense, although we have something coming up at 3, but we know that it was supported out of committee, I
Yeah,
think
great.
by a 17-3 vote, so we're good on the policy apparently.
Great. Well, if you have financial questions, we're helpful. I mean, if you have any more money questions, we're hopeful or able to hopefully take those as well.
All right, so are there any money questions, financial questions about how the money's been used in the past for any such program? Is this an entirely new program? This has never, ever been done before?
Right.
Right.
It's never been done in New Hampshire, but
Never
other
been done in
states
New
have
Hampshire.
similar programs.
Okay, thank you. Representative Weiler.
I remember my local school district doing some of this and just putting the word out to anybody that had excess food, please bring it in. So it's been ongoing for quite a while, locally.
Okay,
you.
Representative McGuire.
Thank you. How will the schools that are involved get picked?
Yeah, sure. That's in the bill. The Department of Agriculture will be coming up with, I mean, there's some details outlined in the bill, and the Department of Agriculture will form that committee based on that.
You all set?
So presumably then there must be administrative costs, right? Because they'll have to do things to contact schools and do other things.
Oh, I was talking about the cooperative agreement didn't have any administrative costs.
Oh, I see. So of this money, it's not 100% going to food?
No, this money does also support a halftime coordinator position that would be outsourced from the Department of Ag.
Thank you.
Seeing no further questions, I believe Representative Grassi has a motion.
Move on to pass.
Motion's been made on to pass,
I'll second it.
seconded by Representative Hewitt. All right, seeing no further questions, when the clerk is ready, please call the roll.
I do just have one. When you, ma'am, when you have an opportunity, could you do a pink card, just so I have the name for the record? Sorry. Okay, Representative McGuire,
No.
Representative Griffin,
No.
Representative Sweeney,
No.
Representative Cambrils,
No.
Chair Weiler. Representative, the clerk votes yes. Representative Hewitt,
Yes.
Representative Grassi,
Yes.
Chair Leishman.
Yes.
Yes. So it is 5-4 ought to pass.
All right, thank you for appearing, and
Thank you.
this will be taken up at the next full Finance Committee meeting.
Thank you.
We'll take a short break. We got like 2 or 3 minutes before 3,
So I'm
and
going to sit here and do this.
Can you guys add to this fiscal note how much this halftime person costs? Take a little break, because I'll need that.
Yes, I know. I just have to walk around. I need coffee.
Oh, she said that.
A little fire.
Really? Oh, really?
No, but was I
I'm
ineffective?
gonna guess.
Did it make me ineffective?
no, no.
I just have, I want to get some of these into the calendar, so we know what happens.
Okay, we'll open up the work session on House Bill 1633 relative to the legalization and regulation of cannabis and making appropriations therefore. This came out of the Commerce Committee, ought to pass as amended, and had a division vote. And the division vote 239 to 144 ought to pass as amended. So do we have someone here that's a sponsor of the bill that would like to speak first?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, my name is Erica Leon. I'm a state representative out of Derry. And I'm the prime sponsor of this bill. This bill builds on quite a bit of work in the past. Initially, there was House Bill 639, which passed last year by a resounding level, but clearly was shot down once it left our body because there was a list of requirements that needed to be included in the bill in order for it to pass and become law. There were 10 items there that we largely addressed, and then there were 2 additional ones that came out of the Work Commission. So I was actually the chairman of the committee at conference that created the study group to study the state-run model for the legalization of cannabis. We had actually charged that commission with coming out with legislation. That commission failed to produce legislation to be introduced to the House. I recognize what a challenge it is. If it was easy, this would have been done many, many, many years ago. But I think that when we look to the different points of view, we need to understand the path of all of these. I never intended this bill to represent the commission's work. I expected that they would file their bill. But in good faith, I have been working closer and closer and closer to those guidelines, implementing as many items that were found in the work of the commission, and trying to get to a good bill that can actually make it all the way to law. 2 of the challenges that were noted from the bill that's already passed the House is that we had what some might call a soft 15-store limit. We had a 15-store limit, but we laid out a pathway to which that could expand. At the last commission meeting, one of the governor's representatives came in and said that we need to move slowly. We may increase or decrease the number of stores, but we need to move slowly. We had taken that in with that language. I have an amendment. It hasn't gone through OLS, but you have my very expensive color Staples copy of what I submitted to OLS so that it's a little bit easier to track what's in there. I also have a roadmap for you so you can see what we have. So now it's a hard limit. There was a request for a ban on lobbying and political contributions from any licensee. I see some First Amendment issues with that, but if it's possible, the Secretary of State would know how to do that. So this bill is amended to ask the Secretary of State to come up with rules in order to give that restriction, because that was one of the last minute requirements that came in and led to the commission to study the state-run cannabis model not being able to meet their charge duty because they were presented with 2 items at the last minute. So the amendment that I have for you has those 2 changes. And then it also has some other clarifications. We had removed the dual-use therapeutic cannabis. I know some of this is policy, but some of it really adds to the cost. We had removed the dual-use therapeutic license, and there's some other areas where it comes back in. There's some clarification and advisory, cleaning up definitions and loose ends. That's why it has the number of pages that I have. But most of those are ones that are well within the scope of just specifying these. One that's large is that the fine of $100 on the first offense of public consumption, the $100 fine had not been included. So it actually could be up to $1,000 fine, and there's a potential of somebody actually spending some time in a cell. I'm not sure exactly how long, but if we don't specify that, there is that risk, and that would have a higher cost to the state as well as the cost to the individuals, obviously. The restrictions that we have on public consumption really are designed so that we're not like some of these other states when you walk down the street and instead of smelling cigarette smoke, you're smelling cannabis smoke all the time. That's just not acceptable. You know, even for people who are consuming it, you shouldn't be forcing that on others. So I guess the big question, the gorilla in the room is, do I believe that this meets the requirements to become law? And I do. Minnesota enacted a state-run model, And as I looked at their legislation and their rulemaking, it is very, very similar to this agency store model that you have here in front of you. When we've heard commentary about what bills would work, I've never seen a strong embrace of the franchise model, which I know is the alternative option that's being pursued. Because there has been no clear embrace of the franchise model, I think it's our duty in this body to do the best work that we can here. And then if there are others that have a different perspective, let them see if it makes sense to change it over in the Senate. Right here, we have a chance to finally end prohibition in a way that will not grow the market very much. There's no advertising. You know, how large did the illegal cannabis market grow without any advertising? I don't think this market needs any sort of billboards or anything else, but it does allow people to reach out, look for it, find it in industry publications and whatnot. So basically what I'm asking you to do is to work with me as we move to make those final finishing touches on this agency store modeled bill, one that will be able to breathe and grow over time with the state as we see what a mature cannabis market looks like. My concern with the other alternative market is that once you put in a franchise, once you put in a limited market where the government designates who can participate and the prices that can be set, I'm an economist. That is the definition of a cartel. We don't want to create a cartel like OPEC in New Hampshire. What we want to do, what would be the best way to be able to adapt over time, would to be have a very, very tightly regulated, tightly controlled agency store modeled plan like you have before you. This is our best way to thread that needle and reduce those undue influences, just like you see in the illicit market today. Why create that in the legal market? So with that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. So the document that you provided us outlining your goals, that's highlighted that you referenced, this has not been submitted to the OLS folks yet for drafting, or it has?
Yes, so that one was submitted to them, but given that there's so many committees that are trying to get some finalized work, they weren't able to get that in time for this work session, but it is in process.
Because we're under some time constraint as well, so getting these documents today kind of pushes us back a little bit. And I was just handed a document that apparently is coming from the Senate side on the same issue. So just to make you aware that we're going to try to get to this as fast as we can, but there are a number of questions on the bill, the amendment that's before us, which may take into some of your comments and suggestions, but we have a number of questions, and I'd like to refer to Representative McGuire to start.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Representative, for coming. You talked about the agency model. This is the franchise model. And then a third possibility would be just run like the Liquor Commission with, like sell it just like they sell alcohol. For you personally, would you support the bill if it ended up in any of those three ways or not?
Thank you for the question. I prefer this model. I would be fine with an actual state operated system where it's just like our existing liquor stores, just like the bill that passed last term with a 13-vote margin. I think that the potential problems with the franchise model are so large, especially because then you get the franchise board involved. If you have one of the franchisees or somebody at a franchisee that slips, has a problem, then you're bringing in a federal agency that has not been dealing with cannabis. Whether or not they decide that the state of New Hampshire as the franchisor is liable, whether or not they decide that they want to investigate our communications and records, whether or not they want to put a freeze on the assets of the state of New Hampshire for any potential settlement, we don't know. We know how those agencies that already interact with the Cannabis Market Act, but bringing in the franchise model just brings a huge amount of risk. And if we're going to go that way, let's just go whole hog and do the state-run stores, because that way at least there's transparency.
Thank you. I'll give you a copy of this.
Thank you.
Further question? Representative Sweeney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Representative, for being here and your work on this. Obviously, you alluded to the history of this topic at the beginning of your talk. We need a bill that gets 201 House votes, 13 Senate votes, and gets signed by one person. Does this get signed by that one person?
Yes, I believe that it can, and I will continue talking with him through next week to try and get him to have a firm statement of yes. But he wanted a state-run model. He talked about state control. So looking to the liquor model, New Hampshire is one of the highest control states as opposed to open states for liquor. There are many control states that have a touch that's very similar to this throughout their system.
Follow up, Mr. Chairman? Thank you for that. Have you talked to him about this proposal?
I've been trying. I hope
Okay.
that I can get a chance to actually speak with him. I've been doing my best.
All right, thank you very much.
And if anybody can help me get in with him, I would appreciate that.
Thank you.
Further questions? I have a few. So I'm looking at the draft that we have of your bill as it came out of Commerce, and that's where my questions are focused. One of the biggest concerns I have is the cost. Obviously, it's this Finance Committee and costs of what we look at. Now, I did read the 124 pages of the commission report, and they had different numbers for cost of implementing what they had suggested, upwards of $18 million. In this amendment that we have that came from Commerce, there's a line for $8 million for general funds to get this started. There's another $500,000 to get it started. Obviously, that's general funds which concern us. It's not the Liquor Commission, paying for it, even though it's the same pot of money. What the Liquor Commission gives us goes into the general fund. But your proposal, is that still the $8 million, or is it a lesser amount required from the state to implement your franchise proposal?
Thank you. So this is the agency control. It would simply have a higher level of control than in the 639 bill. It may make sense to. It's one of those areas where we want to try and break it down. I do know that Mr. Mike Holt from the Department of Health and Human Services has a little bit more refinement for some of the positions required for the data collection that's required. But as we look at this, we're only looking at rulemaking at this point. Before we'd be well into next biennium, by the time that we start moving past the rulemaking and those processes.
Well, you raise a good point as far as timing, because our folks at the LBA have looked at the time to get the rules put in place, and it could be upwards of 20 months. And during that time, there'd be a lot of costs that the state would bear as far as enforcement officers, rules, the folks, developing rules, whether it's the Liquor Commission or something else is developed. So there's a lot of costs here that we're trying to get our hands on. And just, again, we try not to go into policy, but this is quite an issue, and we've got all these different things before us that aren't going before now a policy committee. Obviously, we're not going to kick this back, your proposal back to Commerce, so it's going to be here for us to look at. But looking again in the amended version that was provided to us after the House vote, there's some troubling language, at least for me. And should it be the Liquor Commission, this is on page 10, line 21.
Oh.
The commission shall appoint liquor investigators whose primary function shall be the proper prosecution of this chapter. The liquor investigators shall have statewide jurisdiction as far as the reference to enforcement of all laws, either in the cooperation with or independently of officers of any town or county. So this is giving the Liquor Commission the authority to go into any town, any county, without notifying the local police officials of their activities. That kind of stuck out to me as something that I don't think we want to do, but any comments from you on that?
Well, I think that is maybe a great refinement. This, as being a collaborative process over so many years, just talking with all the different stakeholders, everybody that's involved in it, that wasn't one of the areas that jumped out at me. But if you have a way that we can better rein them in while making sure that they have the authority that they need, I would be very interested if you give me some direction trying to find some correct language to include into an amendment for next week.
Now, in addition to that, on the next page, on page 11, it talks about whether the commission has the authority to suspend, revoke licenses. And it says this can be done without any hearing whatsoever. It seems to me when we have the DOT conducting hearings on violations, or any agency within state government has a setup, so if someone's aggrieved by their decision, they can have a hearing, just as the Lottery Commission had with a casino here in town. There was a hearing which the person was aggrieved by their decision, could testify and bring his lawyers or representatives there. This would not allow that. So if the commissioner, as it says, sets someone in suspension mode, that's it. There's no hearing or appeal process. Is that something that you address in your new proposal? or-
So this is an area where the government takes a much stronger hand than they do in the gambling. When you look at that with the Gaming Commission, there's a lot of state involvement, but this is a higher level of state involvement. The state may not be operating those stores, but what the state give it, the state can take away in this. So by doing that, we have a liquor commission and liquor enforcement that are very good at their jobs, and they're used to managing when somebody goes outside of the rules and the laws. And by doing that, they're able to make sure that the people who are operating under their authority are doing what they are supposed to do. That's one way that we can have the assurance that without having that financial tie through either operating it or having that fiduciary relationship of a franchise, that we know that the state will be able to exercise appropriate control on them. Should this market mature and reach a point where it can become a little bit less tightly connected, as it would be in this law, it might make sense in the future to change that. But right now, the whole intention isn't to raise a baby and throw them out onto the free range. The whole point is to keep that baby close to you, make sure that it's very close to the state as this market starts getting up, takes its first steps, and starts to see what the world around it is. As it becomes more mature, we can, as a legislature, look at giving them a little bit more space to operate, but keeping it tightly controlled to start, I think, is one of the big ways that we address the requirement for state-run control for the governor.
Now, if you look at Massachusetts, I believe they have 5 commissioners, and they have a cannabis commission, all separate from liquor, nobody else. And if you take a look at one of their maps of all their stores around the state, they're all along our border on the side. They just from Salem, you can go to Methuen or Haverhill or anywhere. And this 15-store limit, to me, it just sounds, and excuse me, like a disaster. Because you've already got all these stores out there, and the restriction of 15 stores in the state within a population base of 15,000. That's Manchester may get 8 stores or Concord 5. What about the other communities like Amherst, Milford, Peterborough that have less than 15,000 people? Are all the stores going to wind up in the bigger communities? So those people that live in the surrounding small towns will just go over to Vermont, Maine, or Massachusetts to buy their cannabis.
So the language in what passed the House says that a municipality can have one or one per 15,000 people. But you're right, the issue of Manchester, Nashua, and Concord means that those concentrations can basically take up the entire capacity, and that doesn't make sense. The amendment that I have in drafting for you says that municipalities may have 2 if they have a population of over 30,000, or have 1. Because we're launching it with such a small number of stores, if people wanted to keep it to 1 per municipality, I would understand that too. Also, you brought up a great point with all of the cross-border stores. If we only have 15 stores, it's going to be a lot more attractive for them to be in areas that aren't served with that cross-border flow. I've actually gone and I've went into a lot of dispensaries, both in border states and in other states, to understand how this market works and what it actually looks like instead of just trying to read reports. And whenever you drive by, half of the plates or more are from New Hampshire. So clearly the people who live near the borders already have access to cannabis that they're not buying on the street from the illegal cartels with the potential of contamination from fentanyl. Because of that, because it's so tightly restricted, it's quite possible that we're going to see stores pop up in the areas that aren't quite as well reached by the borders. If it's more competitive to be near a border because we have half the tax or not tax, whatever you want to call it, rate, then that's one thing. But I could really, really see it being more competitive, having some of these up in the mountains, having them in areas where people will come to because they're on their pathway. You're coming to explore the mountains, you're coming to enjoy the beauty and nature of New Hampshire. And quite a few people who are into outdoor sports would really like to buy some New Hampshire specific product to enjoy in the woods as well. So that's one of the areas where I think that it's kind of, in my mind, honestly, I do think 15 store limit's kind of a bug. I'd prefer not to have it, but it also creates some hard conversations about what works best. And I think that we're probably will find that we're going to better suit the actual New Hampshire market by having those constraints on it, as opposed to just opening it up.
Now, does your proposal, there's a proposal in the Commerce amended version that requires people to be a resident for 3 years, which caught my attention. It doesn't seem fair, like if, say, Representative McGuire's sibling decided to move to New Hampshire and he or she couldn't sell cannabis for 3 years or get a franchise. I don't know how that holds up as far as people's right. I mean, you can run as a state legislator just moving into the state and signing up in June or whatever. So is that in your proposal, that someone has to be a resident for 3 years before they can get a franchise?
It is. And don't we have to be a resident for 2 years before we file to run? Not necessarily in our specific town, but we need to be in New Hampshire for 2 years. A lot of
I've been
this,
here all my life, so I guess I didn't know that.
a lot of that is just because we want this to be a classy craft cannabis sort of look in New Hampshire. We don't want to have Mad Men, all of the big chains coming in here and just squashing our market and making it look like a McDonald's. You know, if you want to go to something where it feels like you're at a 7-Eleven, you're at any sort of basic utilitarian store where there's not really anything that makes it special, then let all the large, they're not really multi-state because you can't be multi-state because of the federal requirements, but in essence they are, because they have somebody operating in each of these states and they're using franchise names. This is to keep it New Hampshire specific because it's not about crowding us out. Some of the challenges other states have seen are when people come in from out of state, come in, flood the market, and then they crash the market and they take people out of competition. That's one of the big reasons to have the residency requirement. Then again, it's been going on so long. Maybe some of those people have already moved in and gotten a home and they're voting with us too. Who knows? But I want to try and protect this market and make it be for New Hampshire and not just have us be yet another place that's feeding money to some out-of-state location. It's not about big cannabis.
I just have one more and then we'll let the other members speak up. But one of the fiscal notes noted that in the first year after things really got worked out, the state may realize about 4.9 million, the next year 6.9 million. In the meantime, this general fund is funding this right along, and it could take, you know, more than 2 or 3 years before the state even realizes any return, let alone the payback, the general funds that would be used to get this up and running. It's just a concern that I have. There's a long layover before the state really realizes any revenue. The state of Maine, I think, averages $13 to $15 million a year in revenue.
And I think that's one of the areas where I really, truly, deeply share one of the goals of the governor, to focus on harm reduction over profits. One of the biggest problems we have is people who already use cannabis, because most people who are going to start using it if this becomes law will be the people who either already were using it or they're such rule followers they are waiting for us to make it totally legal instead of decriminalized. So you have people who currently use cannabis, and if they're not driving out of state, they're buying from somebody in the illicit market. Whether it's intentional to get somebody hooked on the other product lines or just because of poor product handling, we have seen people overdose and die from fentanyl because cannabis that they bought on the street had fentanyl in it. A woman in my town lost her son to that, and that was in the Opioid Review Commission. So it is happening, and it's not just one of these boogeymen. But beyond that, it's about making it so that we build a model slowly. I'd love to open up the gates and have it be something where it's going to become cost neutral to a benefit to our taxpayers sooner. But that's not there's no pathway like that in front of us that I can see, unless we are bringing in investors and having investors invest in a state-run model, whether you're investing in a franchise and expecting a future return on that investment, you know, that state company partnership makes me a little bit uncomfortable, especially on a product like this, and especially when there's all sorts of federal statutes about colluding to violate federal laws. And while nobody's been gone after over RICO over cannabis, the closer we get the state into the business relationship as opposed to the regulatory relationship, the more danger we bring. So as a regulatory body, it's very, very clear that the state can enforce business regulations and health and safety regulations. Most of what we're worried about is health and safety, so that doesn't get us into any challenging areas with the federal government. But I am very, very concerned that the franchise would, even if that means that that investment companies are going to be funding some of the early development. I don't want to trade off the future of this market and build a cartel in New Hampshire just because of that. And I'm not trying to offend anybody from our cartel. I'm an economist. I get to these sort of core principles on what it is. But when you have a relationship between the state and the only businesses who can do it, that is de facto what it is.
And I appreciate your tenacity on this issue. I do have further questions, but I'd like to allow my colleagues to ask a few. Representative Cambrels, anything?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Did I hear you say with some of the amendments that are pending that we would not charge any tax on this, or?
So I said tax because the governor doesn't want it to be taxed. It's an agency fee. So at our 10% agency fee, we'd be a little less than a quarter of what California has, which is why it has such a supercharged illicit market, and a little under half of what Massachusetts has, which is one of the reasons that they're still struggling with a lot of the illicit market. I actually spoke to some enforcement agents when I was just driving down to check out the Tingsboro store, and I asked them what their biggest problem was. And they said our tax rate is too high. It's probably about 2 times as high as it should be for our market, because there's a lot of people that aren't coming to the stores. They're still going to the dealers on the street.
Okay, a follow-up, Mr. Chair. So with a 10% rate fee, whatever you want to call it, do you think that that'll be competitive enough to, obviously you can compete with Massachusetts, but how about the illicit market? How close are you to the illicit market? Have you guys done studies on that?
So the illicit market has a sporadic 100% taxation rate, because if they lose all of their products, it's taxed at 100%, and same with their customers. 10% is very competitive with other states, although I forget exactly which state, but somebody just introduced 8%. There is a cannabis advisory committee that's created as part of this, and one of the things that they do is look at the tax rate. So if we find that it doesn't seem that we are moving some of the sales from either on the street or out of state into those stores, that would be a good reason to look at either if it's the tax rate, the product offerings, and try and understand why the state didn't get the market dynamics right the first time, because quite frankly, you can't make business decisions by committee action very well, but it'll give them a pathway in order to give us recommendations about how to do that harm reduction and get it in better sync with the actual market cycle. Thank you.
Representative Sweeney, you have anything? Representative Hewitt? Chair Weiler, any questions so far? You've given us a lot to read, for sure. Now, you mentioned you'd like to see the Liquor Commission basically run this. Have you got their support for your suggestion or proposal?
So I want to make sure that I'm not attributing words that didn't come out of somebody's mouth to them. What I do want to say is that when I've spoken with them, it has seemed like it would be generally agreeable. I can do some work before you have your next work session and try and figure out exactly, if you give me a list of stakeholders that you want me to check with, I will take it there. I will do the homework. I will confirm exactly what I hear from them and let you know what their perspectives are, and also do any necessary tweaks in order to make it work for them as well.
Yeah, under the proposal, again, the commerce version, I think I counted about 29 positions that would need to be funded pretty shortly after, if the bill's passed. Do you have an idea how many people your proposal would require from liquor, or?
Thank you for the question. I did write the one that came out of Commerce. That is my bill that I've been working on. The amendments that I have, they deal with moving to the hard limit of 15, empowering the Secretary of State. The fine on the first offense, clarifying some of the age restrictions, flow through of removal of dual use. One of the things that was highlighted was their volatile compound extraction that was in there. We actually needed to specify it a little bit more because some of the ways of extracting it actually do need to be done in a more controlled way. So we added that into the definitions and set the requirements. Clarification in the advisory committee, cleaning up definitions, and then there's just the change back to saying it as Liquor Commission instead of the Liquor and Cannabis Commission. So this is not a large departure from what passed Commerce. What I'm suggesting is just a few changes, a few small changes, because there was also the deadline there in order to work forward. And also, I'd be very happy to figure out how to work with whoever I can in order to sharpen our pencil a little bit more on the costs and the expenses. Quite frankly, this is the first bill of mine that I brought into finance, so I could have a little bit of education in making sure that I'm bringing you exactly what you need. And I'd be happy to put that work in for you. So the reason why I'm so adamant that it's this model, and if we need to go to something more tightly controlled, it's the state actually operating it, is because the franchise model is just something that I will not be able to support at all. That's why I'm putting in this work. That's why I've been trying to get to something where we all can come to agreement. 201 reps, 13 senators, and one other guy, so that we can actually get this done. And I'm going to keep working as long as you give me more time in the deadline in order to meet all of your requirements.
So I do have a couple of additional questions. Just looking at, going to page 32, there's a reference to a statute, RSA 77-H, on line 24. As far as the Department of Revenue Administration, I could not find that in my searches. So I'm not sure, maybe it's just a misprint or somebody typed the wrong number, but if you could check that out.
Okay. I will absolutely catch that. I tried to follow each of those breadcrumbs, and thank you for catching one for
On
me.
page 32. Line 24.
When I was,
And then going to page 44, again, the money aspect, on page 44, line 14, it talks about the sum of $500,000 for the biennium ending in 2025 for treatment, prevention, recovery fund. It doesn't say where that money's coming from. Doesn't say it's being drawn in a warrant by the governor or coming from the general fund somewhere. So we need to know where that particular amount of money, $500,000, is coming from.
okay, thank you. I can find where that would come from. And that's simply to make sure that any increase of interest, because we're talking about it, doesn't lead to people needing these services, and making sure that we're taking care of those people already using before we move into this.
Now, I'm going back through, you had a list of percentages going to, like, the education fund, I think it was like 65% or something. But there were a whole list of folks that would, 33, that would benefit. Okay, starting on line 5 on page 33. As you know, we have the drug and alcohol fund already. So I was curious about developing this new fund. Let's see, on line 27, the Substance Use Prevention, Treatment, and Recovering Fund established, because we already have under RSA's 176:16 Roman 3, the drug and alcohol fund. So you'd be looking to create even another fund. And I'm thinking, wouldn't you just send it to the governor's drug and alcohol fund?
So part of the challenge with that is this is something that's still federally prohibited. And it's just a matter of trying to figure out when you mingle those funds or not. It may make sense for the 65% that goes to the Education Trust Fund to go in perhaps the day before it happens, or figure out some way so that it can offset those local property taxes, so it's not commingling there. But the intention is to directly offset local property taxes with the 65% going to education. And if there's any clarification you can help me have there to make sure that we're not commingling funds there also would be important. But that's why it's separate, because if we end up with any issues with commingled funds, that's why most states, when they've implemented legalization, they have that 5 commissioners in the Massachusetts cannabis, and they're not really reporting to anybody. That's because they were trying to insulate it enough from the state so that the federal government wouldn't come after the state itself. At this point, we're maturing, but we still want to be careful with that. I mean, if you look at how if you have an improper trade in your 401k fund when you're 30, they can still come after you when you're 70 for anything that they deem to be profits off of those improperly mingled funds. And it basically poisons most of that account if you had violated one of the rules early on. And so that's why having a separate fund keeps it safer, considering that it's still federally prohibited.
So I asked the state treasurer to be here today because of the whole commingling. And if you're going to take money raised from cannabis and you're going to give it to the education fund or these other agencies, and then somebody at some point comes back and says, you can't do this. And I know that there's a cannabis fund that will be set aside separate that will be overseen by the state treasury. So I'd be just curious, at some point today, we'll call Monica up here from the state treasurer to speak to that issue, because that is a big concern. If you're giving all this money out and then somebody, like you say, says there's a problem with giving this money to other sources. So obviously it'd be a lot easier if the federal government would just legalize cannabis, but they haven't yet.
Second.
I don't think I have anything else unless Representative Ebel.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. Could you talk a little bit about how this interfaces with the ATCs and the people that are actually using the ATCs now for medical marijuana? Well, first of all, there's the issue of whether an ATC will get any sort of preference, but secondarily, will the folks that need medical marijuana then be in a position where they have to go to these newly licensed facilities?
Well, thank you for the question. That's actually a big part of why in the amendment I addressed some of the ATC concerns. Initially, we had looked about having a dual use certification, but that made multiple people uncomfortable about having an entity that would be underneath both the Liquor Commission and the Department of Health and Human Services. We have rulemaking authority within the law and we have a requirement for the Liquor Commission and DHHS to come to us with a proposal for how they will blend those two programs while making sure to prioritize the maintenance of access. The ATCs, this sets out a whole process by which they will, in a clear way, set the requirements and the metrics to assess a good applicant for one of the cannabis retail outlets. One of those metrics will need to be something that reflects the experience of running a successful cannabis venture in the state of New Hampshire, which only benefits the ATCs because they have been doing this. We can't just, the first thought was to just automatically give each of the 3 ATCs one of the licenses, but then you get into other challenges. Why them? Why shouldn't somebody else get one of the licenses? And while they are the ones who have been providing this access to patients who need it, especially those with chronic pain and other issues, we also need to make sure we strike a balance. The amendment that I have for you includes some language just to make sure that they'll be able to grow both the therapeutic and adult use at the same site, subject to appropriate rulemaking, and just to make sure that they're not having to run 2 separate businesses, because ideally the adult use will help subsidize the cost of the therapeutic cannabis. This is one of those very important issues because we want to make sure that there's still that access. This also would allow any of the retail outlets to sell therapeutic cannabis, and that therapeutic cannabis, in my mind, would be coming from the ATCs growing it because they have the experience in knowing which strains have been shown to be more beneficial in different uses, and to make sure that that experience is leveraged. And by being able to have a market to sell it to the other stores, that helps, but just being able to sell it in somebody else's store isn't enough to be able to make it so that they can be a more robust operation and make it so those prices can come down. Because I haven't pulled any patients lately, but I have plenty of people that in the past have talked about the cost of it. And I know that the more that we have to give them an opportunity to make money in a more market-driven situation as opposed to a more therapeutic situation, it should be able to bring the therapeutic price down.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Seeing no further questions. Please be the city treasurer up there.
Fantastic. I can't wait to see what she says. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. For the record, State Treasurer Monica Mazzapelli. Sure.
I looked at the Cannabis Commission report, and you were obviously attending some of the hearings, and you were. So I saw that back in November that you testified before the commission, and you expressed some of those concerns that we all know about, and one in particular, that state would effectively be engaged in a state-sanctioned money laundering due to cannabis being illegal. And then, of course, the difficulty of banks, whether the existing banks that the state uses would be willing to accept money from cannabis sales. Could you expand on that, or?
Sure. Thank you for that comment. I'm just going to clarify that during my testimony that I think that that statement that became part of that report, it was part of a conversation. So I think it was just described in the report that it came from my testimony, but I think it was, again, a conversation at that time. But it is true in terms of the concerns that I mentioned to the commission at the time were what we've been hearing, all over the country. There are some banks banks are concerned about the risks that they will take due to the banking laws and some of the federal laws that they have to comply with. The other, again, we hear, and this is just based on limited information that I've received, there are some banks that are willing to bank with and do business with the cannabis business. I was able to speak to at least two of the banks that we do business with, and I had two different responses. One bank said, yes, we could bank with you if you end up with a bill that has cannabis. The other bank said, absolutely not. We can't do that. So we'll find that. I think it'll be interesting and as I mentioned in my previous testimony, we do business with many banks, with most state charter banks, and then we also bank with 3 banks primarily because of their large footprint. We're able to we conduct most of our business with those 3 large banks in the state, and again, it will be we will have to really find out. If this bill passes, of some sort of this bill, or again, some a cannabis bill passes, we will have to learn and try to find out how, if we can conduct business the same way with those banks. If not, at least we know that there is one bank willing to bank with us. So we will have to work with that particular bank to receive the collections. The other, something that after I was doing some research and we were able to contact the state of Maine. So I know we haven't received detailed information from Maine, but this Maine's Treasurer's Office is willing to work with us and try we could learn from them and learn their model, how they were able to implement their law and also how they conduct their business. So at least we will be able to learn from, again, I've been in touch with Maine, but we likely will be able to learn how other states are able to conduct business with the federal challenges.
Yeah, Maine is interesting. It's under the Department of Administrative Services up there as a bureau of cannabis, which I thought that was kind of an interesting model. Are there any questions for the state treasurer? Yes, Representative McGuire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Madam Treasurer. Does the Liquor Commission currently, for their alcohol business, have their own bank and their own bank accounts and so on, or is everything through you?
We do have separate banks for the Liquor Commission, but it's not necessarily, it's just clearly for convenience at this time. Once we collect those funds, everything gets pooled. We call pool cash. All of the collections in the state, taxes, fees, everything ends up in one bank account to be able to earn interest. So that's how we typically conduct our business, even though we use separate bank accounts. For this particular case, I think we could accommodate one bank account for this one fund, but when it gets complicated, it's really, and as I was listening to the testimony, I started thinking about how we will be able to separate funds, cannabis funds. We could do as much as we can, again, having a separate bank account, but when it's time to transfer funds to the other agencies, that's when it will become really tricky. Everything will probably, this fund, the cannabis fund, will live in the accounting system as, as part of the state accounting system. I don't see any resources that speaks about having a separate ledger or separate accounting system that will track this. So it will have to become part of what we use for the state's business. And again, doing that, we again commingle the funds. So we may be able to collect them in one bank account, but then we need to start distributing it to the ultimate recipients of these funds. So I don't know if that will create additional challenges as I was listening, as I was
If I
hearing.
may follow up. So when the Liquor Commission currently pays their suppliers, the distillers, and, I don't know, Johnny Walker or somebody, do you write the check? Do they on their own bank account, or does it come from your bank?
We do it. I mean, it technically is just the way mechanically works. Even though we collect the Liquor Commission funds in one bank account, ends up again in our other accounts that we use for our vendor payments. So it's one bank account. Again, we just collect the money and then we utilize other bank accounts to facilitate the payments. The same with payroll. We have one bank account for payroll, another one for vendors, and that's how we conduct our business.
Further questions? As a follow-up to Representative McGuire's question, I know that the law specifically states that liquor is supposed to make daily deposits, and that hasn't been done for a period of time. Is that improved at all, or?
I believe they do. I believe they do that. It's just because most of the businesses with credit cards and now they use saves that automatically deposits those funds into our bank accounts. So I believe that's happens on a daily basis.
Thank you. Well, seeing no further questions, thanks, Monica.
Thanks very much.
So we have, where's banking gentleman?
Wells, Todd Wells.
Todd Wells here. Hi, Todd.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, and good afternoon all. My name is Todd Wells. I'm the Chief Bank Examiner of New Hampshire Chartered Banks and Credit Unions. I serve at the New Hampshire Banking Department. Thank you.
So you've heard some testimony today which has to do with banking. Is any further comments, or?
So I think my best response to that would be to say I was the banking department's designated representative or serving on the commission to study the legalization, regulation, and taxation of marijuana. We issued a final report in 2018. In preparation for my attendance here today, I did review that. I would tell you from the perspective of the federal guidance that is out there, really nothing has changed. There was the report that we issued under that commission back in 2018 referenced some guidance from what's known as the Financial Crimes Enforcement Network. That remains in place. I would also let you know that as a department, the New Hampshire Banking Department has not issued any kind of a position statement in this matter, nor have we issued any particular guidance.
All right. Thought you looked familiar. We've had a number of these cannabis commissions in the past, and seems we always end up in the same spot. But anyway, thanks, Todd. Are there any questions? All right, seeing none, thanks again
Thank you.
for coming. I have a card here for the chairman of the Liquor Commission, if he's out there somewhere.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Joseph Malika, Chairman of the Liquor Commission, and Tina Demirs, our CFO. We've handed some things out, some updated information through the LBA, and we'd be happy to answer any questions you have on the appropriation.
So we've received, as you already know, some changes to the bill that came through Commerce, which we haven't had a chance to really get into. I guess the LBA and OLS will be getting a draft of those changes to us, and we also have an amendment that's just been given to us from the Senate side of things, which we haven't looked at either. But I appreciate you being here, and you've probably heard some of the testimony. And again, we really just have in front of us the most recent update is the financial impact, and looking back at the financial notes from the original bill as it was amended. So I see that there was some disagreement with the Liquor Commission, some of the costs that you felt that would probably be greater than what was set aside in the amendment. I think the amendment called for $2 million for some of the startup. There was an $8 million request in there to get this up and running. I think I counted about 29 new positions. Again, I don't know what these new amendments call for, but I guess the big question of the day, are you looking to do this? Is this something that the Liquor Commission wants to do or has an interest in? Or?
Well,
it's a difficult question, I suppose, but.
I mean, we're business people, Mr. Chairman. That's what we do. So, I mean, we are, quite frankly, the state of New Hampshire is bleeding money to the states around us. And it's not something that we're interested in seeing as business people. And it's something that we certainly try to take advantage of as the Liquor Commission. But I mean, in the first 10 months of business, the state of Vermont did $67 million in revenue. Massachusetts will do $2 billion this year, and Maine will probably do $500 million. And I've been to those states and visited a lot of those stores, and I would say 40 to 50% of the cars in those parking lots are from the state of New Hampshire. So we feel a conservative estimate would be our first full year in business, we could probably take back 10 to 15% of that business and put it back into our state coffers rather than the surrounding states. So is there an interest on the part of the Liquor Commission to do that? Yes, sir, there is.
I do have further questions, but I'll open it up to my colleagues first, Representative McGuire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Commissioner. Looking at the first year, the big number here, you have roughly $9 million in expenses. There's a $5 million item for, says standalone government traceability solution, licensing and auditing, and ERP financial system. Can you explain that, and why is it so expensive?
Well, we're just going through the system now, the ERP system for the Liquor Commission, which is a 39-year-old system, which hasn't been upgraded in that many years. And I'm not sure where we're actually at, but I'm saying, well, I would guess that we're somewhere in the $30 million range to run the Liquor Commission business. So this in fact was an estimate to run that type of system separate from the liquor entity, because we didn't want to commingle the funds or blend the funds in case there was ever an issue with the federal government. We wanted to make sure that we could clearly identify in an audit what was liquor funds transferred and what were cannabis funds transferred. And quite frankly, I feel it's probably a very conservative estimate at around $6 million.
Thank you. Yes, thank you. Apparently in the past, there was a bill that passed the House to actually not have the Liquor Commission sell marijuana at at themselves directly, right? And so would some of these costs decline if such a bill became law?
No, the costs that you have in front of you now are our estimates on a separate model. The main thing with selling it in our stores, so to speak, is there's a certain clientele that comes into the liquor stores, and we've created a family business. I was in one of the stores yesterday. There was a gentleman, a husband and wife shopping with their children. That's no place for cannabis to be sold. And quite frankly, I don't think that I think it would turn off some of the consumers that shop in the Liquor Commission stores to have that commingling of stores. So the idea was to go with a separate model, a franchise model. And this is what I had originally proposed in the Commerce Committee when we did it. So it would the cost that you see there would not diminish.
So I'm very surprised to hear you say that, because to me, alcohol is not something for children either, right?
Well,
So-
I'm not saying that that alcohol is for children at all. That wasn't the statement, and that wasn't my mindset. My mindset was that we've created stores on the highways. We're putting out the RFP for the Hamptons in the upcoming week. People stop, they buy their children lunch, they take advantage of our roadside stores, and then they go into the liquor store with their children. I just wouldn't think that the state would want that exposure of families in a 21-year-old or an adult consumable reference with cannabis. We just didn't think that it would blend. The thing with the cannabis market is unique in that there's a certain generation of people that are very in tune to it and very much buying the product. We saw that during the past dry January. So the alcohol sales nationwide declined 45%, but the cannabis sales nationwide increased 75% just during the month of January, during the dry January. And the folks that are Gen Zs and Gen Xers are drinking less, but they're using cannabis products. So that's our feeling and our mindset was, we have an established business with the New Hampshire Liquor and Wine Outlets, and we wouldn't want to turn off any of our consumers that come here and have shopped with us for many, many years. We're 90 years in business this year, so we're established and pretty proud of that.
Thank you.
Sure, Representative Sweeney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Chairman, for being here. So I just want to clarify, of the models presented, franchise is what do you support?
We support the franchise model. That we feel that it's the best way for the state to go about being in business. It is, in our mind, I don't particularly love the cliche, but it is kind of a public-private partnership where the Liquor Commission would oversee the model, but the benefit to the people that had the licenses and to the jobs that it would create. Vermont created 700 jobs in the first 10 months when they opened. So our model would be at least that, if not more.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Further questions? I do have another one. So in the original amendment that we have before us, in the fiscal note, it stated that the upper management of the Liquor Commission should receive at least a 10% stipend or increase. Is that in your new fiscal note, or?
Yes, that was in the note. And the stipend was for anyone, I believe that we put in the original language and we had just passed out, if I can find it quickly and read it. But it's not just for upper management. It's for anybody that's going to be involved with doing two jobs. You're going to be asked to work on the liquor model, your normal job, and then you're going to be asked to develop a brand new model, the cannabis model. So we felt that it was fair to motivate folks to do that by giving them a 10% stipend. And it would be anyone involved with it across the board at the Liquor Commission.
And do you have an estimate of that cost somewhere?
We do.
We estimated at about 200,000 in the first year.
Okay.
There's not a lot of, and as you know, that we've spoken to this many, many times, there's not a lot of full-time positions at the Liquor Commission to begin with. There's only about 400 full-timers. That includes our enforcement, our headquarters, and our stores. So this is just what I would consider a thank you for being able to do two jobs and develop a new business that would benefit the state. The 10% stipend would be just that.
So you raised a good point about bringing more money in, supporting the state. As you know, in Massachusetts, they just have a separate cannabis commission, and they have 5 commissioners. With this new role, is it appropriate to just have one? I don't put you on the spot, but to be quite candid, it seems, at least to me, that we should have at least more than one commissioner if there's such a large agency handling both cannabis and liquor.
I don't feel that that would be necessary. I think that the business that we have in place, there used to be 3 commissioners at the Liquor Commission, and one was the chairman. About 6 years ago, they made it a chairman and a deputy commissioner. I don't feel that in order to run this business, because we're running the back side of the business. We're running the advertising piece. We're running the licensing piece. So all those folks are considered in what we've asked. As far as the upper management, there's no, the business piece of it is all being run by the additional folks that we've asked for. So no, I don't feel that there's a need for another commissioner or another layer of whatever you choose to call that.
Now, in your, again, the earlier amendment, and I don't know if you heard my question, it gives the Liquor Commission complete authority to go into a community with or without notifying either the local police, the state police, or the county. Is that something you're comfortable with? Or, because I'm not. I think that if there's something going on, that the Liquor Commission should certainly notify the local police of some kind of activity and just not go into any community unannounced.
Well, the chief is here, but it's my understanding whenever we go into a community, that community knows that we're there.
That's what the amendment says.
From a
It says
liquor
that-
standpoint.
Yeah.
Well, I wouldn't agree that we would ever have the authority to go anywhere into a community and not let people know we're there.
And just one more. I noticed that there's no fiscal oversight for transfers. So is that something, as you know, that there's a requirement for transfers over $75,000 to come to fiscal? That is not in the amendment. So you're allowed to make any transfers without fiscal oversight.
Well, I think in running any business, we went from having the ability to move 5% of our total budget. And I certainly think that in starting a business, we should be able to have that transferability. If the legislature chooses to confine it at some point or restrict it at some point, that would be the legislative decision. But I think when we're starting the business, we should have the ability to transfer the funds, to move it and build the business the way we see that it needs to be as it grows.
I guess I would disagree. I think starting a business, you would more likely want that authority to take a look. And as my colleague on fiscal, Jess Edwards, says, the more eyes, the more transparency. So,
well, I certainly understand your standpoint, but the flexibility of running a business and opening a business is what we need. And I know that the time frames and the time constraints are a big piece of what we're doing here. The states around us have a big lead, and we're going to need to catch up, and we're going to need to catch up quickly with rules, regulations, licensing. We have to allow enough time for the people that come in, that get the licenses, to build their buildings, put up their greenhouses, do their retail stores. We have to have a certain look and feel, much like we have with the Liquor Commission stores. So I think that flexibility is necessary in order to be nimble while we're building the business.
Now, you mentioned rules. I noticed that the possible rules delay could be upwards of 20 months. You know how difficult it is to get through the rules process. So when would you guess that the first day that the state would receive any sort of return and not have to take money out of the general fund to keep this thing going?
Well, we just did it. We just have redone 11 rule sets at the Liquor Commission in the last 3 years. So I certainly understand doing that. As far as I think let's find out what the actual bill looks like and what we're going to pass, and then I'd be more than happy to answer that question.
No, appreciate that. Yeah, because we have a lot of things in front of us that we haven't seen until today, so it kind of sets us back a little bit, and apologize for that. Representative McGuire.
Thank you. So in the franchise model amendment, it gives you control over prices of products. Is it the case that every store would have exactly the same product and exactly the same price and so on? And any kind of promotions would be common among all the stores?
There would be, our feeling would be that there would be certain I think the word that we wanted to use was oversight of pricing. We wanted to make sure that we had the ability to look and see what the franchises were carrying and make sure that we were price competitive, hopefully beating the states around us when it comes to those particular products. So we wanted to have oversight of those products, regardless of what they were when they're cannabis related. As far as other items that the stores would carry, non-cannabis, swag, t-shirts, merchandise, whatever it would be, that's up to the business individually, but we wouldn't want the stores to be overpricing or price gouging our consumers and making us uncompetitive. And as far as what the stores carried, no, all we would ask of the franchisees is that they let us know what they're carrying in their stores. And if they wanted to differentiate from store to store what they carried, or if there was a specific grower that they had a business relationship with that they wanted to bring that product in, we're fine with that.
Thank you.
So you may have been out of the room when I asked this question earlier. One of the things I noticed, it said that if there was a disciplinary matter brought up before the commission, the commissioner would set whatever suspension or fines or whatever without the possibility of a hearing. Now, as you know, like lottery has hearings if someone's upset by one of their decisions. Would you be opposed to having a hearing so someone could defend themselves if they found that the commission was wrong, or at least alleging that it was wrongdoing on the commission's part?
No, absolutely not. Just like we do on the liquor side of the house, people are allowed to come to our weekly meetings, and they're all public hearings, and they're allowed to have a hearing in front of the commission, in front of our hearings officer, on any dispute that they have. I wouldn't be against that at all. No, I think that it would be prudent, quite frankly.
Well, thank you for your testimony, and sorry your able assistant wasn't able to speak on anything, but
More than able assistant.
yes,
Thank
indeed.
you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, members of the committee.
So would Devin Chafee?
And other honorable members of the committee. Thank you. Thank you and good afternoon. And thank you for the opportunity to comment. I will be brief. I just want to first start by saying that I have so much respect for all of the work that has gone into this effort. And I just sort of want to share, I think, some of the sentiments that Representative Sweeney indicated earlier, which is that we have a very unique opportunity this year with regards to actually making progress on this effort of moving forward with legalization of cannabis. Senator Bradley has recognized that we have the votes in the Senate. The governor has indicated that with certain conditions, he will sign the bill.
it's a very, for those of us who have been working on this issue for many, 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 many years, many of you who have, the idea that we could finally move this across the finish line, I think is very exciting. I have a very small and discrete issue that I want to bring to the committee, and some unintended potential costs that might be associated with that issue. And it has to do with an issue that Representative Leon referred to earlier, with the increase in penalties for smoking in public. You can find it in the version of HB 1633 that passed the House. You can find it on page 9, lines 13 through 15, where you see that the penalty for the third offense for smoking in public one should be guilty of an undefined misdemeanor. It just says guilty of a misdemeanor. It's unspecified because it doesn't specify whether it should be a Class A or a Class B. What this means is that under existing law, if you are caught with less than 3/4 of an ounce of marijuana on that third offense, the highest penalty that you can receive is a Class B misdemeanor under existing law. What this means is essentially, should this pass, the state will be on the hook for potentially providing a public defender to represent any individual who is charged with a Class A misdemeanor under this elevated penalty here, in addition to any costs of potentially holding an individual who's convicted of a Class A misdemeanor in jail. This is because with a Class A misdemeanor, you can actually face jail time, whereas a Class B misdemeanor, which is still a crime, it still has hefty fines of up to $1,200, so significant penalty, still creates a criminal record for the individual, but that wouldn't require the state to pay for public defenders or potentially pay to hold this person who is smoking in public in jail. And so it's a very easy fix to address these potentially unintended costs coming from them. All you would have to do is insert the word Class B in front of misdemeanor on line 15. And I would just really encourage the committee as you're going through. I think this is an issue that will likely be present in I haven't seen all of the versions that you've seen, but I believe that it is likely a concern that would apply to any version of it that's likely before you. And I would ask that you give serious consideration as to whether or not New Hampshire taxpayers should be paying for public defenders for somebody who was caught smoking in public, or whether or not that should be specified as a Class B misdemeanor. Thank you so much.
So that's it? Nothing else gets your attention?
That is my primary concern.
Thank you. Are there any questions, Representative Ebel?
So I just want to make sure everybody understands what you said. This bill, the way it's written, changes the class of misdemeanor to a higher class than what it is now.
Correct. Under existing law, if you were smoking in public and had less than 3/4 of an ounce, which most people it would be less than 3/4 of an ounce, the highest penalty that you can face is a Class B misdemeanor. Under this law, under the bill as passed by the House, you could potentially face jail time, which would be a significant increase in penalty, and that would have an associated cost to the state.
Representative McGuire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. There's a similar thing, I think, for consuming while operating a moving vehicle. Should that be the same?
I think the issue related to consuming while operating a vehicle, I think, is clearly a much more significant crime that may warrant more significant penalties. You're talking about potentially putting people in danger if you're consuming a substance that's going to, alter your state while driving. So I think that there's a clear distinction to be made there. I'm not saying that you shouldn't consider that there might be similar considerations, but from our perspective, we're certainly more concerned with that third offense for simply smoking in public, which is, in our opinion, a much more minor crime.
Just in general, I've spoken to police and asked them this question, and they say they never have problems with cannabis. It's all with alcohol. So you know. Anyways, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks. Dr. Joe Hannon?
Good afternoon, members of the committee. My name is Joe Hannon. I was a former legislator myself in the Commerce Committee years ago, and after I left, voluntarily, I guess, depends if the voters had a say. I was on the Cannabis Study Commission in 2018, did extensive work on this then. I've been a part of the coalition that is helping to craft some of the legislation for the last year and even before that. I just wanted to run a couple anecdotal things past you to maybe give some context or clarity to things that have already been said. You know, as far as our family-friendly liquor stores that are on the side of the highways as you enter the state of New Hampshire, I'm someone who's in recovery from alcohol and other substances for well over 30 years. Alcohol was probably one of the most horrible things that I'd encountered, and I'd encountered a lot of stuff. I had been to one liquor store when I was here, and it was at an opening at the liquor store in Epping when I was a representative like yourselves, and I was a dignitary. I saw the chairman give a nice speech about how it's a safe product, that it's regulated. It's much more, it's a better thing to be regulated. And that was the first time I was in a store. The second time was recently when I was in the stores looking at the labels, because we were in the last commission was talking about, oh, we have to have labels that are safe and kid friendly and all that. And I took hundreds of pictures of the bottles in the liquor store of all the labels that, I don't know if I'd call them child safe, but I'm not arguing about that. But when I was there, interestingly enough, I noticed a little child, and we heard there were kids in the stores because of family friendly environment. There was a little child walking around. And I'm thinking, oh, I didn't know you were allowed in here, because I've gone to visit dispensaries in other states, and every single one I've been in, Maine, Vermont, Massachusetts, you have to not only give ID at the door, they won't let you in if it's not a current valid ID. I was behind a lady who was obviously in her late 80s or 90s who had an expired driver's license because she hasn't driven since probably the late 80s, and they wouldn't let her in. Meanwhile, there's a 5-year-old child running around the store, hanging on the shopping cart full of booze. They get to the checkout register, and the lady that works at the store, one of the employees of the state, hands the kid a lollipop. So what better incentive than to have a family-friendly environment where we give the kids candy, come back to the liquor store, kids. As I'm walking out, I see, now you may, if any of you have had kids, you notice that they put all the candy at the checkout aisle at eye level for children. There are a bucket of candy canes that were hollow filled with shots of hard liquor right by the door, this high off the ground. Now, I didn't notice it at first, so I noticed the kid, then I started looking around a little more, and I noticed that. I thought it was a little strange. So I think the family-friendly thing, I think it's a brand that the state might not want to have interrupted, because sales do go down, especially amongst younger individuals who just don't really drink as much. I approached, I'm on the board of New Hampshire Cannabis, Cannabis, and we had one of our other board members is a pretty prominent TikTok artist, and she has hundreds of thousands of followers. And we went downtown Manchester to ask people questions, you know, about their use, legalization, what they felt. And we were kind of amazed that most of the young people we talked to don't really claim to drink that much. They'd much rather smoke a legal, safe product. In Canada and other places, they've seen the cost of the liquor sales go down, especially in those demographics. And we heard the chairman also say in dry January that sales went down, cannabis sales went up. There are other things you also see other than alcohol consumption possibly going down. Opioid prescriptions have gone down significantly in states that have legalized first medical and then actually recreational. Opioid prescriptions, not all prescriptions went down, but they looked at codeine specifically. And codeine is one of the easier narcotic prescriptions to get. It's one of the things that most people that are in recovery would tell you, well, it started, they gave me codeine or Percocets. That was one of the things that went down significantly in the years right after legalization. Insurance premiums had gone down significantly. I can't remember the exact number. I can find it for if you'd like, but it was well over $1,600 for the average insurance premium cost that went down. So if we're worried about a few million here and there, and we look at the revenue that's coming in from other states, it's not even close. If we give 6 million, 8 million, whatever it is, if if we give the liquor commissioners and the employees, liquor commissioner, sorry, there's only one. If we give the commissioner and the employees a 10% bonus, which, I find funny that it keeps popping up in their versions of the bill and amendments. And And also, we have this drastic need for no lobbying from the corner office and other people in the Senate. And representative for this bill put that in there, no lobbying whatsoever. So the fact that they need more employees to go over how advertising's done, there won't be any. They don't need 29 employees for 15 stores for that. It's a licensing apparatus, unless they're actually involved in the implementation of the store design and all this other stuff, picking out locations, giving those locations to certain individuals. I don't know how the process works. I'm sure it's an open process of RFP stuff, but it's a pretty non-transparent thing to have, I believe, one person. And I'm not saying we have to change that now. It's kind of late. If the Senate wants to do it, I welcome that. Last thing, what else? I think I've said enough damaging things. But if there's any questions about, what's happened at the last commission, the 2018 commission, or anything in the past year, I'd be happy to take them.
Representative McGuire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Doctor, for coming. Regarding your point about comparing the harms of alcohol to cannabis, and also you said about your own addiction problem, would you believe that if you were to go to the CDC website and look up whether cannabis is addictive, it'll tell you 10% of users are addicted, okay? But it has a reference to an article, a medical article, and when you go look at that medical article, this is an article, it was from 2011, and it compared the addictiveness of nicotine, cocaine, alcohol, and cannabis, okay? And what the article actually says is nicotine, 67% addictive, alcohol, 23% addictive, cocaine, 21% addictive, and cannabis, 9%. So not only did they raise 9% to 10%, right? But it sounds like when you first look at their page, it's 10% addictive. Oh my God! But it's half as much as cocaine. You know what I mean? So is that comport with your understanding?
I know many people who are in recovery who actually use cannabis. I know people who are heavy smokers who they may no longer smoke cigarettes or cigars or tobacco, but they chew gum or use patches, sometimes for years. I'm one of those people. I quit smoking cigarettes probably 33 years ago. Smoked cigars for a while. Now I chew gum all the time. And I don't have a problem with I don't mind if people smoke now. I don't have this urge to go have a cigar or do something that's more harmful to myself. I have a way to mitigate that harm. That's what harm reduction is. Harm reduction, and we keep hearing the governor and other people talk about this is a harm reduction bill, not a money-making bill. Well, except the commissioner talked about this is a business, and so if we want it to be a business, I think that's the person that should do this. It's also a question I asked in the last commission in 2018. I said, I praise them for doing a great job at the commission. They have a big advertising budget. They do a great job getting a quality product to as many people as they possibly can and raising a lot of money for the state of New Hampshire. So if we wanted to sell as much cannabis as possible, put them in charge of it. Now, in the beginning, it might be a slow rollout, but in the end, like with alcohol, we don't have an alcohol control state anymore to keep people from drinking or having access to alcohol. That ship has sailed a long time ago. Now that mandate to do specifically that, make it a safer, less accessible product, is one of the biggest businesses in New Hampshire now. And I think that's what we're going to see if we set New Hampshire up to be a state purely run without having any other buy-in from the private sector. I think that's a mistake. And I couldn't understand the 15 stores, and I asked some senators who were pushing this, and they heard from the governor directly, so I heard indirectly, that how are you going to have 15 stores unless they can, and we heard an industry person who I think might be here talk about that each store would have to do about $2 million a month in revenue to deal with the demand that's going to be in New Hampshire. That's a lot. That's more than many of the state liquor stores actually make. But most of these liquor stores are not little, hole in the wall places. They're giant, warehouse type stores. That's how you're going to have 15 stores. You're going to have these massive structures that are going to be, that's the only way it's going to work. If you have 15 little stores here and there, nobody's going to be really going there unless they live around the corner. And the other thing is the state has a mandate for the sole sale of alcohol because the 21st Amendment, when alcohol prohibition was repealed, specifically gave states the total control of commerce of alcohol within their states. That doesn't happen for any other product that I'm aware of. So the fact that New Hampshire state wants to take over the control of an industry that it doesn't have the ability to do, and the argument is, well, it's illegal for them to do it and it's illegal for us. So what's the difference if we break the law? I think there's a big difference, especially if we're looking at the long-term financial impacts of a program that right now it's illegal to have interstate sales, but we're going to have a banking law change soon, I believe. We keep hearing it, but I think it's very close. We even heard the president talk about changes coming very soon with rescheduling, and also we're going to have banking changes. So it's just a matter of time before we have some kind of interstate sales or some kind of program to do that. The reason why the state is so successful in alcohol sales is because they have a legal and rightful monopoly under the Constitution and the 21st Amendment to be the only people to do it, but they can also get it from anywhere they want. They don't have to wait for a bunch of people that they've handed licenses to in New Hampshire to grow it. They can go to Arizona, they can go to Italy, they can go wherever they want and buy alcohol to sell in the New Hampshire stores. That's why it works. If you have only a market in New Hampshire and the state is the only person selling it, how are they going to compete with larger states with more outdoor growing or more lower energy costs? They can do more indoor grows. We are going to put ourselves at a significant disadvantage if we prop up this program, and it might be a slow rollout in the beginning, but then we're going to be stuck with it. And, there's nothing more temporary and more permanent than a temporary government program. So I don't think this is the way we should be doing this. I can keep going and I'd love to rant, but I know you have other people to hear and it's getting late.
Seeing no further questions, thank you.
Thank you all.
Matt Simon from Nashua Granite Leaf Cannabis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Honorable Committee, for the record, Matt Simon. I work for Granite Leaf Cannabis. We are one of the 3 licensed alternative treatment centers that supplies therapeutic cannabis to just over 14,000 patients who are now registered as part of New Hampshire's program. So again, we do support the bill. We support the amendments that have been offered by the prime sponsor. I'd like to thank the prime sponsor for all the hard work she's put into trying to thread this difficult needle. I've personally been working on cannabis policy for 17 years in this state, and I'm pleased that we're finally close to being able to pass a legalization bill. However, I remain very concerned about some of the details. Just as some background, I was part of the coalition that helped write HB 639, so I'm very much on record as preferring that model. And I'm on record as opposing the actual state monopoly model that would have had state-run stores. This fall, we participated in the study commission. We were asked to comment on the franchise model, and we indicated that we were willing to work within the framework of the franchise model. I would respectfully disagree with the prime sponsor that in the comparison with the state monopoly model. I believe if we were to go down the road of state-run stores, and then we were to find out that that is problematic from a legal perspective federally, and there are a number of ways that could happen, that it would be very difficult to change course. The state would have already made a large investment and have gone down a path that would be very likely to wind up as a boondoggle. So I think the franchise model, if it does, it is a unique model, so it may encounter difficulties. But if it does, I think it would be much easier to change some details, and you would still have private businesses operating the franchise. With some changes, that could be made a program that would be less problematic. But I wanted to mainly comment on what we've been asked to comment on throughout this process, which is the impact on registered therapeutic cannabis patients, on the therapeutic cannabis program, and on the ATCs that have been serving patients now for almost 8 years each. This is a program that has been under a lot of scrutiny ever since it passed. I would submit that if there had been problems, that you would have heard about them and read about them by now. And I believe that the three companies that have been doing this have been doing it under a microscope, have complied with complex regulations, and both from a policy perspective, but more to the relevance of the focus of this committee from a revenue perspective. I think one of the biggest mistakes New Hampshire could make would be to try to move forward with cannabis legalization without incorporating the existing businesses and the existing program. We've learned a lot in the last 8 years, and it would be a shame to not do that. New York is probably the biggest example of a state that tried to build a new adult use program from scratch without incorporating medical cannabis businesses, and they're very much regretting it at this point, and that rollout has been a big disaster. So it would be advantageous from a revenue and an easy rollout perspective if the existing businesses have a clear path to licensing and are able to participate in all of these license types. It is the retail license that are by far of the most interest. Most states have seen fit to have existing medical cannabis businesses have a very easy, if not a guaranteed, path to licensing. And generally, it's as long as your application is complete, your license is in good standing, you shall be issued this license. So we proposed that to the study commission. We encountered a lot of opposition. So the language that is in the Commerce Amendment on this establishes that it shall be a major criteria in the application process that previous experience that we have operating in the state. So we think that language is very important. One of the issues with the bill as it came out of Commerce was that language only applied to retail licenses. It did not apply to the other license types. So I believe the amendment, although I haven't seen the amendment, I believe that it applies that same language to all of the license types. And that's one reason I think it's very important. Vermont has had adult use sales for about 1.5 years now. They've reportedly had a 50% decrease in patient registrations and a similar decrease in sales within the medical cannabis space. The report that I passed around is a research report that we presented to the study commission, looking at the experiences of other states that have moved from medical cannabis to adult use, and similarly finds that nearly all states have a major decrease in registered patients and in sales on the medical side. So that is the biggest concern that we have, is that this new program may simply wipe away the old program. The commissioner in Vermont warned the legislature in Vermont recently that the standalone medical dispensaries are in danger of closing, no longer being viable. Basically, as soon as you can buy cannabis anywhere without having a card, that removes people's incentive to get the card. And Vermont now has 73 retail locations. They only have 7 or 8 medical dispensary locations, so you probably live much closer to an adult use store. And the adult use stores are mostly giving patients a tax cut. They're paying the taxes for the patients. I've heard this informally, that they're just, oh, if you show your card, we will give you a discount that offsets the tax. We'll pay the tax on your behalf. So the current bill does exempt patients from the agency fee, which we think is appropriate. But if the ATCs are not able to get at least one retail license apiece, there is great danger that they will not be viable companies and that they will not be able to operate standalone dispensaries. So from our perspective, if there are only going to be 15 licenses, those are going to be very sought after and in demand. We think the ATCs need at least one of them in order to be not only viable, but able to improve the services we offer to patients. This should be an opportunity to expand and improve access to patients, in addition to extending access to adults from our perspective. Most people who use cannabis, we hear the word recreational a lot. I actually stopped using it a long time ago because poll after poll of cannabis consumers indicates that most people who use cannabis do so at least partly for medical reasons, if not entirely. So we don't want to lose the program that we've got. We want to learn from it, and we want to incorporate it and integrate it into this. So I'd be happy to take any questions.
I appreciate your comments. I couldn't have said it better.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
So how many ATCs are there in New Hampshire now? You said 6?
There are 3 companies operating 7 dispensary locations.
I know they grow a lot in my community of Peterborough. There's a large facility there.
That's my company's production facility is the one located in Peterborough. So
So right now is the Department of Health and Human Services, they oversee your operation, testing, qualifying, inspection, all that.
every aspect of it, from seedling to sale, patient registrations.
So I'll be candid as I try to be all the time, but I think the 15 store model is a disaster. So I certainly agree with what you said, that you folks are already in the business, you know it, you've got a long record of doing it without a heavy hand of the state. So I just want to put that out there. Representative McGuire.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Simon, for coming. So if the ATC is converted under these bills, would that be 7 of the 15 or 3 of the 15, or how does that work?
So that's a great question. What most states have done is they have allowed dual use retail. So you have a medical dispensary. You create a separate counter for adult use sales, a separate counter for medical sales. You operate from the same location. This is obviously much cheaper and more efficient way to have a rollout. That's what we would prefer to have, and that's what was in HB 639, which got 10 votes in the Senate, but did not become law. There are some on the study commission who objected to that. I won't put words in their mouth to try to explain why they did, but they felt it would be unfair to allow our businesses to have any advantage in the licensing process. So we're willing to live with some degree of uncertainty. The prospect of this moving forward without us getting any retail licenses, it puts not only our companies, but the entire program in jeopardy. So understanding that we weren't going to get a guaranteed license out of the Senate, we instead pushed for this language that we feel reduces the risk both to the program and to our companies.
Sure.
So I heard a story at lunch about a patient who chooses not to buy in the local store, the medical store in New Hampshire. They go to Vermont because the price is so much cheaper just in the regular retail store. Would prices for medical come way down if this bill passes?
Well, I believe they would. It would. There are several issues that contribute to higher costs of medical cannabis in New Hampshire. One is the fact that we have to grow entirely indoors. There's a bill that would change that. Other states allow outdoor and greenhouse cultivation, which is much cheaper. That's just one of many. The other is the limited number of patients. So when there were only a few thousand patients, and we're all creating a broad range of products and making very small batches of them, we're not able to benefit from the economies of scale. Whereas if we could expand our production facility, grow more cannabis for adults, also we would be able to pass those cost savings on to patients. There were some provisions in HB 639 that would have spelled that out more clearly and required us to maintain low costs and a broad services, a broad spectrum of products for patients. I'm afraid that's not in the current bill, but it's certainly very much our intention. We want to make therapeutic cannabis more affordable. We have decreased our prices over the last couple of years. Some of those patients aren't checking our menu often and may not be aware of that, but we've worked hard to get our prices down, and this would enable us to do that more, I believe.
Further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate your testimony.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having me. Just for the record, Senator Darrell Abbas. I represent District 22. I serve the communities of Pelham, Salem, Atchison, and Plastow. I am testifying in opposition to the draft because, well, I can go into the specifics why, but I do know, I heard a lot of the testimony saying this will pass and this will get supported. That draft does not have the support in the state Senate, at least by my whip count. There's 24 of us. I would say 10 at best. So
that's the I'm sorry. That's the draft that we received a copy of at the beginning of the hearing.
no, what was, I believe, passed. in
Oh, the
House last
commerce
week.
bill.
Yes.
So
And
that yours,
and when I say there's some opposition to that, I understand that this has been something been worked on for multiple years, and it's really a compromise among several individuals. And I would point out that a lot of the compromise from people who have traditionally voted against cannabis legalization, including myself. If anyone served in the House in the last 2 terms, it doesn't matter if it was roll called. I was doing the floor speeches in opposition to many of the bills. So I think it's fair to say I'm just trying to be as transparent as possible.
wouldn't expect anything less from you, so.
Yeah, well,
We just got a copy, I guess this is your proposal, that we just received a copy today.
I don't want to take credit for the whole document because, like I said, it's a compromise. So every provision in there myself, I may not necessarily personally agree with, but it's something that I would support as part of the compromise. And one of the compromises is the franchise model. Last term we had HB 1598. That was the full state control model where the state would really run the store, and the state employees be working in the store. They would pay to build out the store. My opinion, I actually like that the best. The compromise between that and just an open market was the state franchise model. And I think there's been some criticism over the amount of stores. That's part of the compromise as well. Will that number stay at 15, 5, 10 years from now? Highly doubtful. But I also think what other states did, they kind of came out too fast, and you saw the market kind of collapse on itself. For some reason, every single state has done that. I can't imagine why every other state that wants to follow that same direction. I'd rather start slow and go the opposite way and then take our time. Because when the market drops out, you have stores going out of business. In a franchise model, if one goes out of business, it's bad for the brand itself, the branding identity. If there's a fast food chain and a store goes out of business, it makes the brand look bad. So the idea is that you want to protect your franchisees. You don't want to put someone in business, set them up, only to have them fail. So the idea is we rather them have over demand that they can't even keep up with demand, and that's a very good reason to come to the legislator and ask for more stores. But right now, I know if you change that number from 15 to 16, it breaks the compromise. So I would just recommend in whatever version we have, we leave it at that. Future legislators, I'm sure, can look into that. Some of the other, I think, difficult issues is the oversight. I believe the bill that came out of Commerce, there was dual oversight between DHHS and the Liquor Commission. When it comes to the enforceability of the rules, and in respect to some of the rules that came up in different hearings we had over the fall in the Cannabis Commission that we had, some of those rules seem very difficult to enforce. Once the product's in the retail store, Liquors needs to be in charge of enforcing that, but they're not going to have any say in what the rules are. So it seemed kind of it didn't seem like that was going to work. So I think the commission really adjusted from that. So I think you're going to have therapeutic products in every single franchise store. Every franchisee can sell therapeutic products. So you don't need to have this dual license issue. If you have the therapeutic card, you're going to be able to buy it. If you don't have it, then you can't buy the therapeutic grade product. That's defined in what was provided to the committee today. I think when it looks at some of the, I heard the issue with the lobbying language. Hey, I get it. We all love free speech. I don't think it's a First Amendment violation for 2 reasons. Number one, you're voluntarily opting into a franchise agreement. Have you ever seen any franchise in any industry where franchisees coming before the legislator going against the franchisor? I've never heard of that happening because it's in the franchise agreement to not do that. If you have all these franchisees paddling in different directions, the entire thing's going to be a disaster. On top of that, the Liquor Commission, they're not allowed to have a lobbyist. So they can't even actually, they're going to have to come in themselves, and they're not going to be able to put the same money into it. That's the reason. Now, we could have did a better job explaining that during the commission this fall, so I'll take some responsibility for that. But that is a huge issue. Also, the First Amendment restricts, it says the government shall not restrict a person's speech. If you're operating in a business relationship as a quasi-state agent operating a franchisee, you're essentially a government actor yourself. So I don't think it's a violation of the First Amendment for that reason. And there's an interest to not have that if every other franchise agreement is doing that. So I don't think that's going to be the end all be all this. There is a severability clause. If one of the franchisees really wants to take that and challenge that and where it gets struck down, the rest of the bill will survive. We did put that in the paperwork. Some of the revenue allocations are different. Talking with some of my colleagues on the other side of the wall of the House, we kind of discussed, we thought that community, I'm not sure if I'm calling it right, the Community Preservation or Community Investment Fund, we thought that was too diluted to really make a significant difference. Not that there was anything in there that we had an issue with, and so much it was just it was cut up too many times. I think the big sales pitch I had last term when I was in the House was property taxes, property taxes, property taxes. So I really reallocate most of that to the SWEPT. One of the compromises was to put some money towards some legal aid. The reason for that is, I understand there's different opinions on the injustices of illegal cannabis. To the extent that that exists, ultimately the best way to address that is with legal representation. Our nonprofit legal service is already underfunded anyway. I'm sure this committee is well aware of that. So that was kind of a compromise we came up with. The smoking in public, if you get caught smoking in public multiple times, which is when the misdemeanor would invoke itself, I'm not sure you're even trying to hide it. It's really a difficult thing to get caught doing, never mind multiple times. And the number one complaint I get from people who oppose legalization is when you go to Massachusetts or Maine or New York, all you can do is smell it. So some of us want to go to our constituents and actually put a penalty we can explain, well, we may allow recreation, but we're going to be tough on public use, especially for repeat offenders. To get caught violating that, you got to reach in your pocket or whatever you got, your bag, pull it out, literally light it and smoke it and still get caught doing it. You're going out of your way, you're willfully ignoring the law. There's no excuse for anyone to get caught violating that multiple times, unless you just completely disregard the law. So that's part of a compromise. And for the people who are against the idea of having this type of penalty, I think they're getting a lot more than they're giving up. That's in my opinion. The comparisons to alcohol, which I believe was legalized about 90 years ago, it evolved over time. I think this will too. Rome wasn't built in a day. This is a good starting point. But with what's presented with this agency model, it's a rebranding of what was the private licensees. They changed the name of it to a retail outlet store. You're just giving a person a license to operate a retail store. That's it. You can call it whatever you want, but it's not any different than really what was in 639. It's just simple as that. That's a non-starter with me. I can say that with confidence. So some of the other things I would just point out, the possession limits are raised significantly. I don't know if it's the same as what was in the commerce version, but we're talking about 4 ounces of flour, significantly higher. So that's the other reason why you want to take into consideration some of the driving laws and public use laws, is that you're allowing people to have much larger quantities on them than 3/4 of an ounce. So some of the other, I would just say, important things, I hear the issue of liquor controlling the price and not controlling the price. Understand, and this happened in Massachusetts, it's happened in other states, some cultivators may also operate a franchisee, some may not. And if you're a cultivator, you can grow a lot, flood the market with your product, causes the price to go down. Some franchisees may be able to operate at a loss for some time, some may not. Not everyone's going to have the same financial stability as the next. Well, one, that's obviously you don't want that to happen to a franchisee because it makes the brand look bad, back to that. But also, if liquor can control the price and someone did attempt to manipulate the market, which has happened like clockwork in literally every state, if they can control the sale price, guess what? It doesn't matter. A cultivator chose to do that, and guess what? This is what the price is. So that's it. It stops that. It actually is a protection for the franchisees. You don't want something like that to happen. I think when it comes to some of the finance questions, I would obviously welcome any input on the draft that was provided to this committee today. What I understand, just looking at voting records of some of my colleagues in the Senate, if you look at the Finance Committee, I would be surprised it came out with a negative, if it came out with a positive recommendation, unless someone changes their mind who's historically been against it. So with that being said, I think this is the Finance Committee that would give it the best shot. And I think in fairness, I would welcome that, because whatever became law should really, I think I would really value the input of both Finances Committee, but I don't see the votes coming out as friendly across the wall. So for that reason, when I know that there's a version that would get signed, I shouldn't say, I'm not saying this draft as written would get signed. I wouldn't put something forward that I didn't think that would become law. So part of the compromise is that this is as close as I think it's going to get, if you understand where I'm coming from. I wouldn't put something in there that I thought was a deal breaker.
Well, thanks for your testimony. No, we'll give this a deep dive, understanding that we just got it today, your amendment. And as someone, and I know when you were in the House, you were an advocate for medical marijuana, and
I don't believe I was as strong of an advocate for the therapeutic.
well, you weren't?
Not as much as they
When
would
you were in
like.
criminal justice, I thought you were.
So when it comes to there's one benefit that the draft you have.
I'm just kidding.
I think when it comes to the therapeutic product, if any retail store is able to sell it, they have more distribution points. Also, any franchise fee that's in there, every product would be subject to that franchise fee. I don't think that some people kind of balk at that, and they say, well, oh, the patient shouldn't have to pay for that. The therapeutic providers now, if they become a retail store, they're going to make plenty of extra money off the retail sales that they shouldn't have to pass that on to the patient. And they're also going to be able to distribute their product through multiple retail outlets as opposed to the stores that they have now. So they'll be in a better position as well. We're not guaranteeing anyone a license. I'm heavily opposed to that. I just don't think that that's proper for the legislator to do. I think it's fair to set up a pathway to get one and take into consideration someone's professional experience, including working in the therapeutic industry. But to guarantee a license, I think, is highly inappropriate. And if we were going to go that route, I would certainly put my name on that list to guarantee a license. And any of you find that egregious is exactly why you shouldn't do it.
Questions for the good senator?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Senator. Did I just hear you say that a licensee will have multiple locations? I thought this is limited to 15 locations, and that's it.
So a therapeutic, the therapeutic stores now, if they wanted to become a franchisee, they're doing that under their own. No one's making them do anything. They're choosing to become a franchisee. They're filling out the application if they get approved. But their product that they manufacture and that they cultivate, that can be sold out of any retail store. That's as the manufacturer and cultivator. That's up to them if they want to sell that. And if they want to educate the employees and those franchisees, they can do that. But that gives them much more opportunities to distribute their product.
I understand. Okay, so this might be a good time. I met I know you've talked to the governor extensively, and I've met with his representative the other day, and he gave me a list of items that for the governor is sort of a must-have. And I don't mind saying the quiet part out loud a bit, which is his message to me was the governor doesn't really want this that much, right? He would not be super upset if it doesn't come to pass, or if it did come to pass, he's somewhat neutral, right? And so therefore, since he's the one who cares the least, he has the most control, if you see what I mean, right?
It's checks and balances at its best, by the way.
Yeah.
That's what our system of government is that we're supposed to work across the wall
Right.
and to the other divisions cross party lines, that's what we're supposed to do. So this is a bipartisan issue that I'm hoping we all work together.
Right.
And I don't mean to come in here and say, oh, this has no, what, I'm just trying to be honest, because in my own committee, I sit on the Judiciary Committee, which I believe would be the first committee. I'm fairly confident if you look at the voting records in there, it's already pretty tight.
Yeah. All right. Well, anyways, I'd like to read these and see if you agree that these are what the governor wants and also that that's what's in your amendment. Okay? Number one.
It's not just mine. Remember, it's a collective
Yeah,
effort.
all right, fine. But you were the drafter, I believe. All right.
I'm not even taking credit for that.
Okay. The franchise model run by the Liquor Commission.
That is 100% in there.
Okay. No smoking in public. No use, public use, right?
Misdemeanor, remember.
Yeah.
Well, the first offense is still a violation, and that was, for me, a compromise, because I still think getting caught the first time is egregious, but
Okay.
trying to work with everyone here.
Are you okay with the Class B misdemeanor
For the third offense.
or whatever, second offense?
I think the compromise may require the second offense to be a misdemeanor. That's,
As opposed to a Class B misdemeanor.
yes.
I see.
And again, to get caught smoking in public is extremely difficult, especially unless you literally just go out of your way and smoke freely like it's like not a big deal.
I see. Okay. Well, anyway, all right. The edibles do not appear to be candy.
I believe that is in the draft that was handed out to the committee today.
So he should tell the Liquor Commission about this, right? Those liquor-filled candy canes.
You know, the comparison to liquor, I understand there's an acceptance of liquor because it's been legal for 90 years. So the society, going to people who have been adamantly against cannabis and presenting this to them, I really think, I understand some of us are all willing to vote for virtually any cannabis bill. There's people like me who are, I guess you call a swing vote, and there's some who vote against no matter what it is. You don't see that debate with alcohol. So the comparison to alcohol, I keep hearing it. I think it's not the best way to go about things.
Okay. No more than 15 stores, right?
That's very clearly spelled out.
Retailers to consult the Liquor Commission on final price.
The way I have it drafted is that liquor ultimately can control the price is to basically prevent the market manipulation from happening and someone going under as a result. Someone operates at a loss for a very long time because when you have that oversupply, what's being sold for $150 or $200 or whatever it is, all of a sudden it's $30 or $50. And not everyone's gonna be able to survive that. What do you do about that? And I'm not sure why that's been happening in other states. It doesn't seem like a good idea. So the idea was if that happened, they can step in and stop it. And again, that's to protect the franchisee.
No more than 1 road mile from schools, if it's a city or town under 50,000, and half mile if it's over 50,000.
That is in there, and that is part of the compromise.
Okay. That the Liquor Commission would have the final say on locations.
Yes. And keep in mind too, that's very common when it comes to approving a franchise. The franchisor likes to know where you're going to put the store.
Sure. The Liquor Commission would do all advertising.
To the extent that any advertising would be permitted, I understand that the Commerce version has no advertising, period. Advertising is extremely limited, no billboards, no mailings, no TV commercials, but to have zero advertising, we kind of left it open to maybe have stuff inside perhaps the state liquor store. So we want to have maybe some promotional, but when I say limited, but whatever that is, it would be performed by the Liquor Commission, not the individual franchisee. But of course, any franchisee would benefit from that advertising.
Okay. No lobbying. We've talked about that one. Yeah.
It's on the last page, tucked away, but so I don't want anyone to think I tried to hide it.
Yeah. Okay. That the product is tested for potency. So I guess maybe some kind of standards of potency. Yeah.
So I believe both versions have that. We were big on having the testing be done by a private company. And the reason for that, when it comes to dealing with narcotics or other controlled drugs, our state lab, they're behind schedule when it comes to testing on criminal prosecutions. I'm talking fentanyl and those cases. So you don't really want to get that mixed up and mess with that, because as someone who's representing people charged with offenses, you can beat a case if the state doesn't hurry up. So we don't want to cause a unintended consequence.
Sure. And the franchise fee being something between 10 and 15%.
What's in what I provided or was provided today is 12.5. Understand that when this franchise model was first presented in the commission, the number was 15, but we didn't really discuss that. We figured that would be a great assignment for Ways and Means or Finance, but we were focusing more on just putting the model together. So it really hasn't been a discussion on what it should be. I know that the Commerce version lowered it to 10, but again, I'm not sure that there was really what went into that. I will say by including the therapeutic products as part of the fee, it is justifiable to maybe lower it from 15 to 12.5. I kind of looked at that as a 15, 20% market share. That's where it kind of 12.5 came to play. But the lower you make that, I support that, but there needs to be a justification for it, an explanation. I mean, it needs to be studied. So if it should be lowered, I would hope there would be some reason why.
All right. So now let's talk. So that's my whole list here. So let's talk about, so all that's in here, right? It sounds like, yeah. Okay.
It's in there.
Right.
I hope everyone likes it.
All right. I understand. Let's talk about money, because what's not on this list is my main issue, which is all the automatic spending, right? Most of it goes to education, but then there's 10% for the drug and alcohol abuse thing. There's 5% for this. There's et cetera. And I hate all that automatic spending. I think as a finance committee, we should decide what our spending is going to be every 2 years, right? And we right size all of these different things, and we trade them off against each other and so on. But when you put in automatic numbers like are in all of these bills, then that becomes the base for people who receive that money, and they think, if we ever cut it, which we can do in House Bill 2, right? In House Bill 2, we can always say, well, notwithstanding RSA 1, 2, whatever, we'll make it that, you don't get your 10%, you get $1 million or whatever you get. But all those people start to whine and say, wait a minute, you're not fully funding me, because I'm supposed to get 10%, And so I'd like to avoid all that stuff and just say, personally, I'd like to say 100% goes to education or something like that, right?
So first of all, the future legislator can make all the changes they want. So whatever's in here and they change it, it's what it is. I'm glad you brought up the funding issue. There's some talk about the Governor's Commission on alcohol, and then this creates another commission where it's the substance abuse. I'm not sure if I'm titling those correctly, but it's right at the beginning on page 1 and 2. There's some thought that you really don't need to have those separated. The commission, the Attorney General recommended doing that. It's simply not to mix the funds together. That's not a deal breaker for anyone that I can understand. It would be less government operators if you just had one fund. Now, with that being said, what I presented, 75%, it would offset the liability for the statewide education property tax. That's 75% of it. 10% would go to the Substance Use Prevention, Treatment, and Recovery Fund. That's obviously the fund that could just become join with the Governor's Commission. 5% to be allocated to public safety agencies. And 5% shall be dispersed to the Department of DHHS for services for behavioral health. There's even some overlap there where the Governor's Commission does some of that already. So again, hence why I value the input from a finance committee on a bill that has a good chance of making it over the finish line. So I support that. If you want to put more into the SWEPT, I'm certainly not going to make any
Well, but
opposition.
I'm asking the question in a slightly different way. does any of your 14 votes depend on HHS getting this or, you know, whatever,
Well,
getting that? You see what I mean?
I haven't polled that exact question,
Would
but
you
I will
please
say
find out?
one of the, I did skip over the provision involving some of the legal aid issues. And I know there was a social justice fund in here that had some very vague, undefined terms. And I'm trying to figure out where exactly would this be used and how would that be used and what communities does it go to? And we have artificial, undefined terms describing communities that I don't even know where to begin with that. That's a long conversation for another day. The compromise with that, to take that out, was the some of the money for the legal aid. And I think that's helpful. So I would recommend, perhaps keeping that in there.
Okay.
Some people may get upset and go back to the social justice fund.
Yeah.
The name sounds great, but the application, that doesn't really line up with any other legal terms that work under statute anywhere else.
Thank you.
Further questions?
I'm sorry, you go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I thought you were gonna wrap it up.
No.
When Representative McGuire was going through the governor's requirements, he talked about public smoking. I'm not sure he had an opinion on the misdemeanor classification. Do your votes rise and fall on your classification of the misdemeanors for second and third offense?
Some of them do. And when I say that, I hear a lot about what everyone's talking about would get signed to law. Remember, it has to make it to his desk. And if it doesn't make it to his desk, then it's not going to matter. I know if you left that a violation, you're definitely going to lose my vote. Making it a second offense that puts into a misdemeanor. What I wanted was the first offense. And if you listen to the debate in the commission, it was about an hour long of us just arguing back and forth. So after that, that is a compromise. So I think that's pretty reasonable because it's, like I said, whoever's smoking cannabis in public, I assume they know it's illegal when they're doing it. And they're doing it to the point that it's so egregious. And I had family members in New York City this past weekend. They were complaining all you can do is smell cannabis. My family, we go to Old Orchard Beach every summer. I'm pushing a stroller and all I can do is smell cannabis. I was in Salem, Massachusetts, going to a courthouse in the parking garage about 8:30 in the morning, going down the stairway, the elevator's a little slow in that parking garage. The whole thing is, and I'm worried now I'm going to smell like this walking to a courthouse. So every state that has legalized it, it is people walking down the street smoking it, and it's without consequence. Violation offenses are really something that's, I understand, yes, it's a crime, but the enforceability has to make sense too. Is it viable to enforce these penalties? If it's going to just be a violation, what are we doing? And then repeat offenders? They didn't learn the first time.
So I was looking for the fiscal note out of curiosity, and I see it's about $18.2 million for the first 2 years. It's identical to what was in the cannabis report, I guess, on page 42 in your 37. So I guess those numbers, we know it's about double what the Commerce Commission or Commerce Committee's fiscal note was.
I haven't done a side-by-side of that. There was some talk about where that funding would come from. And I was speaking with one of my colleagues in the Senate, and the thought was, could it come from the liquor fund versus the general fund? Again, that's something that I think would be best. I would refer to this committee. What I would say that if is any money taken out of the general fund, I did put a provision in here that money would be paid back by whatever revenue once it's made. I think that it's appropriate to return that to the general fund. It may not be in the first year or two, but if they do draw 18 million, it should be paid back with revenue.
Yeah, some of us have talked about it, whether it should be liquor money or, because it all goes to the same pot, but because this is a little different, maybe it should directly come from liquor and not come out of the general fund, like $18.2 million out of the general fund. Maybe it should come out of liquor, which would lessen what comes back to the general fund, but it's that mixing of the money, so maybe it should come out of liquor initially.
And I don't believe that's a deal breaker with anyone. So and again, that's why I value the input of a finance committee looking at this. I've never sat on a finance committee as a member of the House, so
I remember you were a good chair of criminal justice, though, in the old days.
I appreciate the kind words.
No. Thanks so much, Representative Sweet. No?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Senator, for being here. So just to summarize, this compromise package can get at least 13 votes in the Senate, in your opinion, and get to someone important's desk.
By my count, it's more than 13. But the other one, I believe the count is 10. Again, that's when I last did it. That was about a month ago. So,
Thank you.
Again, great to see you and thank you. And we'll be meeting next week. The time will be in the calendar, but we'll look forward to seeing you again.
thank you.
All right, at that, we'll wrap this up and we'll meet on this. Everyone will have a chance to look at the new amendment and we'll discuss it.
I happen to have 4 more copies.
Oh, I thought, and Representative McGuire will probably have an amendment for us next week. So.
What's that?
I have 2 copies.